The young man knelt before the Demon King, offering the sacred sword before her. To arrive at this tragic end, Freyon had mercilessly slaughtered all his comrades, as well as those who had once placed their complete trust in him. Back in the present, the Demon King stood towering over Freyon, laughing triumphantly and pointing at him. I've never heard of a hero collaborating with the Demon King. Now just destroy that sword, and everything will be over. Freyon knelt before her. The aura emanating from the sword gradually turned emerald green. Freyon thought to himself, at least in that brief moment of hesitation, the sword in my hand flashed a green light. You are right. The Demon King, stunned, looked at Freyon and muttered, what's going on? Immediately after, Freyon stood up and drew his sword. Energy erupted violently, spreading throughout the space. The Demon King, witnessing the spectacle, grew wary, his eyes narrowed at him. He roared, demanding, what are you doing? Frank smirked, looking at the Demon King with disdain. Don't be so surprised. My plan is simple. Mutual destruction with you right here. Frank charged towards the Demon King, thoughts swirling in his head. This way, a path will open, for me to save the world I once destroyed, a way for me to redeem everyone I loved. In a fitful haze, Frank jolted awake, gasping for air. Drenched in sweat, he lay in bed, still disoriented. Frank sat up, looking around the room. There was no doubt, this familiar space was his home. Frank got out of bed, slipped on his shoes and picked up a nearby calendar. Frank froze, his gaze fixed on the date marking his enrollment in the academy. It was this very day. Suddenly, the image of the system flashed in his mind. A notification window appeared before his eyes. The journey of a villain. Destiny of the world destroyer. Embrace the role of a true villain. A path to saving the world will open. If successful, the happiness you long for will come. This is your well-deserved reward. The reward for the one who destroys the world and shares the fate of the Demon King. Sunlight streamed through the window, illuminating the room. Frank pressed his lips together. He had finally done it. The system continued to display the hidden route. Frank ripped the calendar to shreds and threw it on the floor. Tears streamed down his cheeks. This time I will save everyone. 15 years ago, in a magnificent, imposing castle, a childish voice, full of curiosity, rang out. What are these squiggly characters? They look like worms? That was Frank as a child. Hearing his son's question, the father glanced over and smiled affectionately, then answered, Well, those are called Hangul. Only those who inherit the bloodline of the heroic stylist clan can decipher them. Frankie, standing beside him, also asked, Oh, do you mean the characters written in those ancient books? They both stopped at the entrance. The father crossed his arms, sternly reminding Frank, From now on, you can only walk forward on this path alone. Frank looked bewildered. Wait, what about you, Dad? The father placed a hand on his shoulder, affectionately saying, Frank, you must persevere. You've also heard about the prophecy. That's been spreading throughout the empire, haven't you? Legend has it that when the Demon King is destroyed, his successor will rise after a millennium, and the world will be plunged into darkness and destruction. But in that very moment of darkness, a great hero will emerge, bringing the light of salvation to humanity. Frank suddenly remembered the statue of his ancestor, a valiant warrior with a sword in hand, and turned to ask his father, Father, is this the dying testament of the ancestor who defeated the Demon King ages ago? His father replied affectionately, Yes, my son, but that is only a prophecy, intentionally spread throughout the empire. He continued, his tone becoming mysterious. There is another prophecy, secretly passed down through generations in our family. That prophecy says, 1,000 years after the Demon King's defeat, the descendants of both the Demon King and the hero will appear together. And exactly 1,000 years later is right now. Frank listened, his eyes wide with astonishment, frozen in place. Just then, the mysterious door suddenly opened. Frank cautiously stepped inside, his heart filled with fear. His small hand clenched tight, the boy cautiously scanned his surroundings. Eyes darting back and forth, he mumbled fearfully, I don't see anything. Suddenly, the door behind him slammed shut with a loud bang, making him jump. The boy spun around, panic etched on his face. He frantically pounded on the door, eyes wide with terror, screaming for his father. "Dad! Dad! Dad!" Just then, strange glowing spots began to appear beneath his feet. Frank, witnessing this, couldn't help but be astonished. He looked down at the spreading lights and let out a gasp of surprise. The boy turned his head towards the light. Gazing at the shimmering spots beneath his feet like stars, he mumbled in awe. Gradually, he regained his composure. Without hesitation, he stepped forward. Before Frank, a blue sword flashed with brilliant light. It seemed to be the legendary sword of the hero from the tales. Frank reached out, about to touch the sword. Suddenly, the entire room burst into light. A dark-haired man appeared, stopping him. "Stop! Currently, wielding it is beyond your capabilities." Frank was bewildered, completely unaware that this person was an AI. Seeing Frank's lack of recognition, they spoke with a hint of annoyance. "Kid, you don't even recognize your own ancestor?" Hearing this, Fred also raised his hand to his mouth, looking at their ancestor with a dubious expression. "Huh? That's strange. My ancestor should be a handsome, incredibly dashing man, right?" he said, recalling the imposing statue of their ancestor outside. Hearing this, the ancestor clenched his fists in anger, trying to suppress the rage burning within him. "No, I must stay calm." Then he spoke to Frank. "Anyway, you're here to find a way to save the world, aren't you?" Frank maintained his innocent, naive expression. "Save what? I'm here because my dad said that you could help me save my friends." Seeing this, the ancestor pointed at Frank and said, "Let me confirm this with you. That's also part of the mission to save the world. So, your father wasn't wrong. Alright, now listen carefully. The world you're living in is currently on the hardest difficulty setting, and it will almost certainly lead to a tragic end." Hearing this, Fly looked puzzled. He bit his finger, his eyes darting around in wonder. "Tragic end? Hard mode?" The ancestor stared wide-eyed at Fly with a grave expression. "Try to believe what you're about to witness. This is your world after it has strayed from the righteous path." Inside Fly's mind, a vision of the devastating ruins of a fierce war appeared between the heroes and the evil demons. Immediately afterward, images of familiar faces around him flashed, including the brave heroines. Family, friends, all covered in blood, in a truly horrific state. The system's voice rang out coldly, declaring their fate, death. Frank suddenly collapsed to his knees. "You've seen it now, haven't you? A world that has reached a dead end, with no way out." The ancestor observed from above, thinking to himself, "This reaction is only natural, isn't it?" After all, the boy just witnessed the entire process of losing everything precious to him. Fred remained collapsed on the ground, his choked sobs echoing endlessly. "Now, tell me your decision," the ancestor spoke. Slowly, one word at a time, Frank firmly declared, "I will do it." The boy looked up at his ancestor, his gaze resolute. Tears still streamed down his cheeks, but in those melancholic eyes, a strong determination shone. Just like his ancestor, "I will save this world, to protect everyone I love." The ancestor looked down, silently nodding. He thought to himself, "Well, I almost forgot. This kid is a hero too. This boy also carries the blood of a hero. All right, I'll show you the only way to a good ending, the only path to your own salvation. My loved ones and this world, the journey ahead will be fraught with peril and challenges. The only path is for you to destroy this world yourself and fade into oblivion with the Demon King. Once you step onto the hidden path, countless new trials await you, but always stay true to your heart. Don't let the darkness consume you." Back in reality, in a mansion bathed in warm sunlight, Frank stood by his desk, his hands clenched, his gaze resolute. He was now ready for a fulfilling conclusion. Everything seemed the same, yet a crucial change had occurred, the emergence of the system. Next, Ray gazed at the updating system interface, hope glimmering in his eyes. This would be his powerful aid, the key to future success. This system was identical to the one he had seen in the prophetic book as a child, and now, with his current abilities, he could fully utilize it. The path his ancestors had laid out was now within his grasp. The user manual materialized before his eyes. "If I can master this system and complete the storyline, I'll be able to protect this world, where everyone I love is still alive." Suddenly, a knock echoed from outside, followed by a familiar voice. "Young master, it's Kania. May I come in?" Hearing this, the young man regained his composure, replied yes, and went to open the door. Inwardly, he thought, "I've gone through so much to get here. It's time to relax a bit." Just then, the system confirmed the update was 100% complete. Frank thought to himself, "It's been a while since I've seen the smile of sweet little Kania." But the joy was short-lived, as the system blared a crimson alert. Warning. Threat detected. Frank couldn't help but be surprised. He narrowed his eyes at the system, now glowing red and screaming. The door suddenly burst open, and Kania stepped inside. An announcement chimed. Then, if you'll excuse me. She lifted her clear eyes towards him. She wore a formal butler's attire, exuding an air of respect. Kania was also one of the heroines. The system suddenly blared a crimson alert. All 5 heroines had recovered their memories from the previous timeline. Frank gasped. What? How is that possible? A bloody scene appeared on the system screen. It illustrated the path of a villain. If you chose the path of a villain and destroyed the world in your past life, then in this life, the system will compel you to continue those atrocious acts. And if your good deeds are discovered, you will be punished, causing your life force to severely diminish. Such limitations are prerequisites to completing the hidden route. Finally, a blue notification chimes, signaling the update's completion. You have been granted full access to the management system's functions. The shop interface, temporary item lock, skill shop, accumulated villain points, 100. Points will accumulate with any acts of cruelty and can be used to purchase items or necessary skills. Suddenly, an urgent notification appears. All heroes will have their memories restored from the previous timeline. Frank is instantly thrown into a state of utter confusion. The AI gave him no warning about this. Kanya's voice rings out, "Excuse me." She glares at him with a hostile look. Her body bowed respectfully, but her face filled with wariness. Frank is frozen, his body trembling. His eyes widened, face pale, a chilling aura radiating from her. This is Kanya, my housekeeper, born with the power of dark magic, capable of draining the life force of others, and also one of the 5 heroines mentioned in the ancient prophecy. If Kanya has recovered her past life memories, Frank suddenly froze, then abruptly remembered how cruelly he had bullied her, how relentlessly he had tormented her. He had once threatened Kanya, a Kurlanda orphan girl. Being an orphan doesn't make you special. You got that? Do you want to be kicked out of here? Thinking of this, the young man clutched his head, terrified, sweat dripping from his brow, because she could completely retaliate against him at any moment. Kanya looked towards him, calmly asking, "Master, would you like to have dinner yet?" Frank sat on the bed, his expression flustered, waving his hand in response. Just like always. Kania was filled with murderous intent, her eyes blazing with fury, staring at Frank with an icy glare. Suddenly, the door slammed shut with a resounding boom. Frank cowered on the bed, biting his trembling nails in sheer terror. That sharp look, she must have remembered everything. I still don't understand what's going on here, but I need to figure out how to deal with this. Suddenly, a notification popped up, interrupting his thoughts. The system displayed an urgent message. Frank exclaimed in confusion, "What now?" The system confirmed. Intuition. The pseudo-villain has detected a strong murderous aura nearby. Frank regained his composure, stroking his chin as he muttered, "Murderous aura? What do you mean?" Another system window appeared. The content was as follows. The pseudo-villain's intuition skill, level 1, has been activated. This ability will threaten his life every day. Witnessing this, Frank's eyes widened in horror. The only danger right now could only come from Kanya. But if she harmed him, then her master wouldn't escape the consequences either. Why would she do that? How much did she hate him? Suddenly, the door opened once more, bringing with it a thick wave of murderous intent that made Frey shiver. "I've brought your dinner, young master." Within the plate of food, a dense black aura coalesced. Frey only needed a glance to understand. He knew what she was planning. She must have used dark magic to curse the food, intending to make him slowly wither and die. Then, she bowed her head respectfully. Bon appetit. Frank understood that, to Kanya, someone who had recovered all his memories, he was nothing more than useless. "Well, it seems I'll have to take matters into my own hands." Suddenly, Frey's voice called out, "Wait!" bringing the entire house to a standstill. Frey looked at her with a furious glare. He lifted the plate of food, his anger flaring like a wildfire as he roared, "Who allowed you to bring this here? Bring me a sandwich." Now! He flung the plate past Kanya's face, leaving her stunned. Silence descended as he stood beside the bed, panting. After the throw, a system notification, evil protagonist point +1. Kanya turned, her teeth gritted in anger. I'll get right on it. The door slammed shut with a loud bang. Frank, witnessing the scene, merely glanced in her direction, then sighed helplessly. A few minutes later, Kanya pushed a food cart into the young master's room. The sandwich you requested. Once again, a strange aura emanated. Frank tried to weasel out of it again. No cheese? Remake it. Seeing this, Kanya looked up, a flustered expression on her face, still holding the plate of food. She glanced towards Fry, but before she could finish her sentence, Frank interrupted with a sharp question, "Are you arguing with me?" Immediately, Kanya averted her gaze, muttering under her breath as if talking to herself, "No, sir." After that, Kanya continued to bring out dishes that were poison, and obviously, Fry found every way to criticize and avoid them, complaining about dry bread or food that didn't suit his taste. Each time, the system added another point to Fry's villain score. Kanya stood behind him, her face pale with anger, and after 8 attempts, Kanya's body began to tremble with exhaustion. "The sandwich you requested, sir." Frank was utterly surprised. The plate of food seemed to still be poisoned. This girl is really persistent, Frank thought to himself. She had remade the dish so many times that she had exhausted her magic. Frank picked up the sandwich. Kanya's eyes lit up with hope. It felt like after all the tireless effort, success was finally within reach. But reality rarely matches our dreams. Frank scoffed, tossing the pastry over his shoulder with a tilt of his head, then thought, "I still prefer the soup from earlier. Make it again." Kanya collapsed to her knees, hands clasped towards Frank. Instantly, her eyes welled with sorrow and disappointment, followed by a heavy sigh. She seemed utterly drained. Kanya swayed, stumbled, and then collapsed onto the cold floor. Frank quickly stepped forward, catching her. He even gently stroked her head. The irony! He wished he could offer her a genuine smile, even just a fleeting one. Frank gently laid Kanya on the bed. "This little snack has made her condition worse. I think I need to replenish her life force before it's too late. The only way to stabilize Kanya's dark magic is to fill her with the life force of another. Immortality holds no value for me. It's better to use my life force to sustain hers. That's the optimal solution." The day drew to a close. Frank sighed, fatigue evident on his face. Finally finished. Now to devise a new strategy to address this difficult situation. The original plan is no longer viable. Only 2 months remain before the mission officially commences. Until then I must proceed with discretion. Prepare everything meticulously, without attracting any attention. I must keep my actions secret to avoid exposure, but to face a crisis not foretold in the prophecy. Deep breaths. Beyond these walls, there are 4 other heroines to be wary of. My fiancée is currently traveling abroad, so she's not a concern at the moment. As for Princess Kurana, she's merely a pawn in the political game right now, not influential enough to pose a threat. Therefore, the real danger comes from Flouch and Irina. They are the opponents I need to be wary of from the moment I arrive at the academy. Saint Flouch, though just a pawn of the church, could still cause significant trouble if I'm careless. The biggest threat is Irina. Given her reckless and arrogant nature, it wouldn't be surprising if she attacked me on our first encounter. It's not out of the realm of possibility. As for Kanya, since her sister is imprisoned here, she won't dare to act rashly. However, I need to quickly accumulate 10 villain points, at any cost. Even if I lack strength or skill, running away will only get me killed faster. The points I earned from Kanya with just the 2 of us are meager. It's not enough to make a real difference. I have to take risks to reap greater rewards. High risk, high reward. Based on the knowledge I've accumulated so far, along with the prophecies in the ancient book, I believe I can overcome any challenge. Tomorrow I'll devise a concrete plan. The real battle will begin once I step foot inside the academy. The next morning, dawn broke over the mountains. Frank sat on the floor beside Kanya's bed. He was surrounded by a messy pile of papers. Frank sighed, lost in studying the book of prophecies. He hadn't noticed the sunrise. It was time to wake her up. In one swift motion, he lifted Kanya from the bed and placed her on the floor. After taking a deep breath, Frank feigned anger and shouted, "Hey, sleepyhead, are you planning on sleeping the day away?" Witnessing the scene, Kanya shot up from bed and yelled, "Yes, sir." Kanya suddenly woke up, squinting at Fry with a suspicious look. Slowly realizing what was happening, Fry shot back, "What's with that look? Or are you still trying to make excuses? Today's the Academy's opening day, isn't it? Hurry up and get the carriage ready." Kanya hurriedly got up, dusting off her clothes. Yes, sir, I'll do it right away." She rushed out and quickly closed the door. Only then did Fry open his system, and sighed when he saw he had only accumulated 100 points. The system screen displayed the following. Please choose one of the options below. Manage. Stats, item shop, locked, skill shop, villain points accumulated, 100 points. Frank thought to himself, I probably need at least a few hundred more points to exchange for a useful skill or item. The young man stood on the upper floor, watching Kanya prepare the carriage. Well, it seems I can only accumulate points gradually, avoiding any serious consequences. Life at the academy is certainly going to be interesting. The scene shifts to a lavish party. Fry was surrounded by sycophants, constantly flattering him. Your entrance speech was truly moving. Frank spoke up, questioning the person who just flattered Fry. Oh, do you have discerning eyes as well? One of them poured wine while praising. As expected, the freshman representative must be someone from the Great Duke's family, the most prestigious in the empire. Beside him, a blonde girl also flattered. Master Fry, you are truly exceptional. Fry laughed heartily, his face flushed with pride. I'm well aware my fame is due to my exceptional talent and beauty. In reality, he had long seen through their true intentions. This crowd of flatterers, their motives were far too obvious. Another one of them rushed over to fawn over young Master Frank. I humbly request of you to present our product to the royal family. We've also brought along a few girls, perfectly suited to your tastes. Frank leisurely sipped his wine, slowly responding, I'll consider it, after I see your true sincerity. Inwardly he thought, so wealth and women are all that these people care about. Not just the Demon King, but I myself need to do something about these decadent nobles. But to earn more points, I still need to play along with them. The system announced, plus 10 villain points. Suddenly, a thunderous roar echoed. You damn bitch. Let me go. A desperate scream came from outside. Hurry up in here. Another man laughed mockingly and yelled, reporting to young Master Frank. Young Master Frank, we've caught her. The girl with fiery red hair, Irina, was screaming in outrage. Bastards, let me go. She was brutally beaten, her body racked with pain. Tears streamed down her face. She furrowed her brows, gritted her teeth, and endured, bound and kneeling on the ground. Frank witnessed this scene, utterly horrified. Irina? Impossible, how could she have been captured? He suddenly recalled Irina from his past life. Her main ability was fire magic, but she was also proficient in other elements. A true genius. No AI should be able to defeat her. Frank's face paled, a look of sheer terror washing over him as he turned away. Could she have intentionally allowed herself to be captured, to take them all out in one fell swoop? The man behind her also seemed perplexed, glancing at Frank. His hand was still firmly gripping Irina's head. Frank remained lost in thought, worried about the system shop. I need to be careful. Suddenly, the system issued an emergency defense alert. Protect the target from a fatal attack. Unlimited purchase of consumable items. Payment required, 70 points. Frank exclaimed excitedly, perfect! He immediately stepped in front of Irina, then looked back at the system in a panic. He suddenly thought, the points earned from Kania the other day were finally useful. Irina was still gritting her teeth, filled with rage. Suddenly, Frank's face went white as he looked down at the ground in shock. The system suddenly announced Irina's current status. Magic power depleted. Frank stood silently, witnessing Irina's complete exhaustion. How could a genius like Irina allow herself to fall into this state? Could she be trying to gather magic power to unleash a devastating explosion, obliterating us all in one blow? Irina suddenly roared in fury. I will not forgive you, despicable bastards. Beside Irina, another girl was being held by her hair, in both pain and despair. The girl cried out hopelessly, please stop. Witnessing this, one of the men flew into a rage, glaring at Irina with murderous intent. He yanked Irina's hair, and spat. "You vulgar woman! Shut up!" Irina snarled back. Frank stood silently, glass in hand, his sharp gaze fixed on the man. "Get out!" Frank commanded coldly. The man turned to Frank, his face a mixture of shock and mockery. "What did you say? What did you just say?" Frank, enraged, slammed his glass on the floor. He glared at the other man, roaring, "Get out of here! All of you! I want to have some fun with these ladies, understand?" Witnessing this, the other two men hastily released Irina. As soon as they stepped out, Frank resumed his act as the arrogant playboy. "Now, let's have some fun, little sister." Irina gritted her teeth. She narrowed her eyes at him with utter disgust, her voice icy. "Bastard! You coward! If I knew this would happen, I would have used my ultimate magic on you, not on those Demon King's minions." Frank scoffed, releasing Irina's chin. "What are you barking about? Do I need to teach you how to shut that filthy mouth of yours?" He gave a smirk, indescribably smug. He reached out to touch Irina. Irina kept her eyes closed tight, gritting her teeth. "Damn you! I should have saved some energy to finish myself off." As her tear-filled eyes fluttered open, Irina froze, seeing Fred collapsed on the ground. The girl beside her quickly tore off the rope binding her wrists, frowning as she rushed towards Irina. "Looks like he's passed out drunk. We should get out of here. Lucky us, I heard that if they catch you, things get really bad." Irina and her friend quickly fled. Even as they ran towards the door, they cursed under their breath. "That bastard! He treats lowly commoners like us, no better than slaves." Behind them, Frank looked up in their direction. He peeked open one eye, then lay back on the ground, hand on his forehead, sighing. "Thanks to my brilliant performance, and everyone else had been driven away. That reckless move was only possible thanks to his emergency defense ability." Immediately after, the system awarded 10 points to the disheveled drunkard. The clock struck noon. The system suddenly announced, "Emergency defense has been activated. Target, Irina Fiat. 12-hour curse details. Ensures the cursed target will perish within 12 hours of the curse's activation. Usable once per year. The activator will suffer backlash, resulting in complete magical depletion for 1 year." Seeing that, Frank thought to himself, "Did I almost just die?" Behind him, Kania slowly approached, her face grim. "Master!" Frank startled awake, grinning, the scent of alcohol still lingering. He pointed at her. Laughter filled the house. Chuckles softly. Kania gently reminded him, "Sir, you shouldn't sleep here." She then helped him up, supporting him against her shoulder. Frank, still playful, continued to tease, pinching his cheek. "I can't walk. Carry me." Kania supported him, her brow furrowed in a frustrated expression. Resigned, she hoisted him onto her back. "If only you were always this well-behaved. Just stay put on Kania's back." Frank thought to himself, "Oh man, I really am a clown. Oh well, whatever. At least I can replenish her energy a bit." Suddenly, a voice filled with hatred rang out. "Frank, you're still as despicable as ever." A murderous aura began to spread, growing thicker by the second. "If it weren't for my sister, I would have finished you off right here." His eyes widened, snapping back to reality as if remembering something. "Young Master Fry gave this to you." Kania and her younger sister were playing happily together. Freed nimbly climbed the tree to retrieve their hat. The little girl said worriedly, "Fry, please come down. It's dangerous." The boy comforted them. "It's okay. I'm almost there." But a moment later he fell and broke his arm. The girl sat beside Frey's bed, sobbing uncontrollably. Time passed and Irina had grown up. The young Fry was now a man, tying a bow on her maid's uniform. As Irina looked on, a blush creeping onto her cheeks. "I can do it myself, young master. It's all right, don't be so shy. Now, try calling me young master." Back in the present, her eyes blazed with fury, each word a venomous hiss. "Just wait. Once I ensure my sister's safety, I will surely take your life." In the darkness of the castle, Kenya hesitantly spoke to Frank. "Young master, we've arrived at the student dormitory." She then placed Frank on the bed, and he readily laid down. Kenya quickly continued, "From today on, I will be living here with you." Frank, startled, shot up from the bed and stared at Kenya. "What? You're joking, right?" She calmly confirmed. "The princess has ordered me to supervise you. If I don't, I'll be fired." Frank could only stare in astonishment. The system prompts the player to consider 3 scenarios that could lead to the end of the game. 3 scenarios that could lead to game over. Kanya laid out a mat beside Frank's bed. The system presents the choices. Expulsion or rejection from the academy for any reason means utter failure. The death of either the male or female hero. 2 of the system's 3 pillars. Perishing under any circumstance outside of battle. Finally, Kania drifted off to sleep, nestled under a warm blanket. Then, she gently turned over and respectfully greeted her master. "Good night, master." Meanwhile, Fred tossed and turned, his head filled with worry and confusion. Finally, he sat up in bed, stared out the window and sighed heavily. So, throughout my time at the academy, he thought to himself, I'll have to protect my own life, and the lives of 2 heroes as well. How can it be this difficult? Fred felt helpless. This damn game. But complaining won't do any good now. The next morning, the cheerful chirping of birds awoke everyone in the mansion. Kania had already woken up early and was standing by Fred's bed, gently waking her master. "Sir, if you don't wake up now, you'll be late for class." The young master tossed and turned in bed, his voice thick with annoyance. "I don't care, just let me sleep." Kania didn't press further, quickly running to open the door. "In that case, I'll excuse myself. Please forgive me." Seeing Kania's actions, Frank shot up and yelled, "Kania, stop right there. Who do you think you are?" Frank coughed violently, his brows furrowed in pain. Blood trickled from his mouth, staining his pristine white clothes. "Damn it, I overexerted myself yesterday." Kania hesitantly asked, feigning concern. "Are you all right?" Frank, still clinging to the bedpost, replied to Kania, "I'm fine, don't worry. Besides, since when were you allowed to leave without my permission? You're just like this lifeless pen, unable to move without my command. Understood? Complain again and get out of here, and then, your little sister will become my plaything." Kania flinched at the brutal yell. Immediately after, she trembled and burst into tears, responding to Fry, I'm sorry, please, spare my sister." He brought his face close to hers, scoffing, "Why the tears?" Kania continued to sob, wiping away her tears. Frank continued to taunt her. "That little sister is precious to you, isn't she?" He patted her shoulder and walked past, not forgetting to deliver a warning. "Then know your place. Understand?" Kania was still trembling and sobbing while the system announced, plus 10 points, for villainous acts. Threatening someone's family, how despicable. She then picked up the fountain pen he had thrown down. Memories of her little sister holding a pen flooded back. "Cherish this gift, as I cherished my own sister." Jaeyoung-yun almost burst into tears, desperately calling out for her sister, Kadia. Suddenly, Jaeyoung-yun's eyes landed on a bloodstain on the bed, a gasp escaping her lips. It was a handprint, smeared in fresh, crimson blood. A perplexing question then surfaced in her mind. In Fry's past life, could he have suffered from a similar affliction? The scene shifts to a classroom. The teacher stands at the podium, sternly introducing herself to the students. "I am Isor's Amam Bae Guk, and I will be your homeroom teacher for Class A. It's a pleasure to meet you all." Just then, Jaeyoung-yun and Fred sneak into the room. Teacher Isor's frowns with disapproval. "You're late. 10 points will be deducted from each of you." Witnessing this, Frank furrows his brows in anger, glaring accusingly at Jaeyoung-yun. "It's all your fault for being as slow as a turtle." Behind him, the girl trembled with rage. Irina appeared. She glanced at him with utter astonishment and yelled, "What are you still doing here?" Frank froze, his eyes wide as he stared at her. He immediately turned and walked away, muttering a crude curse. "Crazy woman!" Then, he sat down, calmly looking towards Irina. Beside him was a small house. The teacher's voice rang out, "If everyone is here, we'll begin the lesson now." Irina was worried and anxious. She ran her fingers through her hair, biting her nails and muttering, "How is he still alive? My magic was flawless. Could he have been in league with the Demon King all along? How can that be?" The sound of chalk tapping echoed, followed by the teacher's reminder. "Silence." Pirlo glared at Frank, radiating intense hostility. Meanwhile, the young man let out a weary sigh, groaning, "Oh, come on, studying already? On the very first day." The instructor on the podium continued their lecture. Irina anxiously touched her chin, a worried expression on her face. Frank, on the other hand, slumped onto his desk, pouting in annoyance. Finally, the class ended. The instructor closed their book and announced, "That concludes our first lesson. Our next session will be an outdoor training exercise." Suddenly, someone tapped Frank on the shoulder from behind and called out, "Master Frank." Frank turned around, looking slightly flustered as he saw Pilu, and asked with a nervous smile, "I'd like to give you a blessing. Could I have a moment of your time? Somewhere more private. Just the two of us, preferably." Frank looked at Pilu, in bewilderment and asked, "Really?" Suddenly, a red alert flashed across the system. Intuition. The Wicked One sensed a terrifying killing intent emanating from nearby. Frank abruptly stood up. His gaze landed on the bulletin board, silently assessing the situation. "This girl definitely has ulterior motives." Frank immediately and bluntly refused. "I decline." Falochi's surprise was evident. "This blessing cannot be bought with money." Frank remained with his eyes closed, waving his hand dismissively. "So what? I simply don't need it." Witnessing this, Falochi teared up, looking at Frank with a hesitant expression. I'm sorry. I'm truly sorry." Her voice choked with emotion. Immediately after, she froze, covering her face and sobbing uncontrollably. Frank sighed in frustration. Being too naive is a curse, he thought to himself. She'll be exploited by the church. Later, at the outdoor training grounds, the instructor observed the students and spoke up. "Quiet down. Second period." Today was a tense, live combat training session. The brutal training continued. Professor Yiziel solemnly planted her sword in the ground, calling out each student's name for their turn to spar. The piercing clang of metal echoed from the arena below, where the other students watched intently. Yiziel swung her sword, a swift, sharp strike, sending her opponent flying backward, weapon clattering away. Yiziel scoffed, "Useless." Next, the next male student quickly found Yiziel's blade at his throat. While he fumbled, seemingly trying to conjure something, Professor Yiziel furrowed her brow in confusion. "Is that a fireball? It looks more like a firework. Pathetic." Next, up in the stands, Frank and Kania watched with bored expressions. Frank muttered, "This professor is such a pain." Professor Yiziel's voice boomed, "Next." Frank glanced at Kania meaningfully. It's Kania's turn. Immediately, she stepped into the arena, facing her teacher. Izors asked, "Are you ready, Kania?" "Yes, teacher," Kania replied, swiftly drawing her sword and launching an attack. Despite the relentless assault, Kania remained remarkably calm. She gathered energy in her palm and unleashed a powerful attack. Her teacher immediately countered, swinging her sword. The two exchanged blows relentlessly, attacking and defending fiercely. Meanwhile, Frank sat with his arms crossed, observing the match intently. He watched and commented on Kania. "She's usually not this aggressive. Or this reckless. She's forgetting that. She can run out of magic power. I'll have to waste 10 times the magic power just to transfer life force from afar like this." Below, Kania and her teacher continued their relentless battle. Frank suddenly spoke, "Enough." Next, a surge of violent energy suddenly swept towards Kania, causing her to wince in pain. Kania screamed amidst the chaotic thoughts swirling in her mind. She wondered, how much longer would this battle rage on? Frank clutched his chest, painfully exclaiming, "Enough! Stop this, Kania. How long do you intend to keep fighting?" Beneath the house, Izors remained spirited, sword in hand, urging Kania on. "You're more resilient than I thought. Let's see, how long can you keep this up?" On the other side of the battlefield, Kania looked towards her mentor, declaring firmly, "I'll stop here. I was born with unstable magic. It can surge out of control. If I try to fight any longer..." Izors stepped back, replying to Kania, "Is that why you've been moving so cautiously? That's a shame. I saw the potential of a skilled mage in you." Frank breathed a sigh of relief, murmuring, "Phew, I thought we were almost there." Izors looked at him, his voice urging, "So what are you going to do next? Come on." Frank gave a nervous laugh. "At least I succeeded in helping Kania conceal the existence of dark magic." He pulled out the skull hidden in his shirt. "Now I need to prepare carefully for the next step of the plan. This is a rare opportunity to earn a large number of reward points." Down in the arena, Irina was facing off against Izors. The fireball exploded before it could be activated. The teacher looked exasperated, speechless. "Someone get her to the infirmary." A female student rushed to Irina's side, her face filled with worry. Are you okay, Irina? Irina was unconscious, lying motionless on the ground. From the stands, Feloci stood up abruptly, raising her hand to speak. Teacher, it's my turn next. But, can I skip my turn? The teacher leaned forward, resting her chin on her hand. What's the reason? Feloci hesitated, her face flushed with embarrassment as she struggled to explain. It's a bit embarrassing. I just feel, using my power on the professor doesn't seem right. Seeing this, Izors also turned towards Feloci, her voice gentle but firm. Feloci, you should remember that this is not a valid reason. Feloci stammered, why yes, I understand. The teacher glanced around the classroom. So the last person will be. Before the teacher could finish her sentence, Ray abruptly stood up, surprising everyone. He strode down, his sword casually slung over his shoulder, a provocative smirk on his face. Sister, having fun playing saint with these commoners? Islek wasn't gonna back down either, glaring at Ray and retorting. A conceited and arrogant brat like you must be enjoying this. Huh? Come here. Let me teach you a lesson in manners and respect. Immediately, Frank lunged forward without hesitation. Their swords clashed with a resounding clang, their faces inches apart. The instructor blushed, her teeth gritted. Frank thought to himself, well worth the price of admission. The young man continued to provoke. Don't be surprised. With just this meager strength, the fight has just begun. Izors nimbly dodged the continuous attacks. Suddenly, his sword flashed with a blinding light, spreading throughout his body. Frank grimaced, swinging his sword towards his opponent. Izors also glowed, swinging his sword in response, ready to parry the blow. In the stands, murmurs of disbelief rippled through the crowd. Unbelievable. He's actually overwhelming Professor Isa. Kanya silently observed him from below. The professor, struggling to defend himself with his sword, suddenly froze, as if realizing something. Under the bright sunlight, Izor's sword clattered to the ground, shocking everyone. As Ray paused, his collar suddenly glowed. Perochi gasped, pointing down below. Down there's a dark energy emanating from that badge. The students all turned to look at her. Izorist, retrieving his sword, asked, Huh? Are you serious? Perochi, in a fit of rage, strode towards him. Frank remained calm, smiling in response. Who knows? Want to test it? With lightning speed, Peroche reached out, towards the badge on his chest. Instantly, it burst into flames. A terrifying silence filled the air. Above, the other students looked down with a mixture of curiosity and astonishment. Someone spoke up. A duke's son dabbling in dark magic? Another voice chimed in, laced with mocking laughter. That antique must be worth a fortune. System notification, 2,000 points awarded. The impressive debut of a fearless daredevil. Frank looked at the notification with a gleeful expression, his sword still sheathed on his back. He thought to himself, man, what a haul. Looks like causing trouble in the academy is both effective and highly profitable. Suddenly, a cold voice cut through the air. Frank, we need to talk. Privately. Suddenly, in the office, the teacher's voice rang out, sharp with disapproval. How dare you bring a dark artifact into this academy? Unfazed, he remained calm, casually shoving his hands into his pockets. Turning away, he sighed and retorted, don't overreact. Who would care about a silly trinket? Isul spoke, questioning Frank with a worried expression. What happened to make you change so much? You weren't like this when we were younger, were you? Frank frowned, his lips pressed tightly together, glancing at her with a dark look. Then, Isul's information panel suddenly appeared before him. Isul's current emotions, anger 7%, worry, regret, pity. Frank thought to himself, just as I suspected, she still cares about me. But even so, I can't turn back now. The boy scoffed, pointing a finger towards the teacher. I haven't changed. This is called adapting to society. Only fools just want to live an honest and upright life, that's all. Isul sighed in exasperation, stood up, and said, fine, since this is your first offense, I'll let it slide. Frank replied cheerfully, that's a wise decision. That curse tool was expensive too. So I've already suffered a considerable loss. Consider it my punishment. Isul, her eyes sharp, replied with a condition. You have to take me to where you bought this. I can't let a dangerous place like that Continue selling these dangerous cursed tools to students. Hearing this, he looked at her, grinned mischievously, and confirmed, "Oh, sounds fun. So, it's a deal then? I'll take you there tomorrow. I have a few things I want to buy too." Hearing this, she pushed up her glasses and reminded him, Puru, we're not going shopping." With that, Frank excitedly took his leave, raises a hand, flashes a bright smile. "Don't worry about it anymore. Okay? If there's nothing else, I'll see you tomorrow." Behind them, Izors could only hold his forehead, a look of helplessness on his face. Frank excitedly muttered, Good. Trading a haunted shop for 2,000 points. What a steal." Izors asked, puzzled, "Frank, why have you changed so much?" Frank returned to his room, opening the door to find Jesus inside. In her hands was a small teddy bear, her eyes looking at him with a hint of panic. Immediately after, she habitually greeted, "Welcome back, master." Seeing this, he frowned and muttered, "Ha! Almost forgot someone was here." Frank sprawled out on the bed, crossing his legs, looking at her curiously. "What are you holding?" When he asked, she replied, "This is the stuffed cat that Kadia gave me. Isn't it adorable?" Frank blushed, burying his face in his pillow, stammering a critique. It looks so silly, but in truth, his heart was melting at its cuteness. As dusk settled, Frank urged, "All right, let's go to sleep." Kanya replied, "Yes, good night." In the stillness of the night, Frank sat up, looking towards Kanya, wondering if she was asleep. He quickly walked towards her. "I have to give her enough energy for tomorrow before I go to sleep," he thought. Behind him, the stuffed bear stared, its eyes narrowed. Its black eyes reflected their images. Suddenly, the bear's eyes glowed. It was gaining consciousness. Frank reached out his hand towards Kanya, asking, "Hey Kanya, are you asleep?" Inside the bear, Kanya's soul flickered. His gaze was as sharp as a knife. She thought to herself, "Fry coughing up blood like this, there's definitely something fishy going on. I've meticulously observed his every move, but haven't detected any suspicious traces. However, he must have done something secretly behind my back while I was sound asleep." She leaned forward, her eyes fixed on Frank, thinking to herself, "What is this bastard planning to do?" Her pupils constricted, while Fry rolled up his sleeves, reaching towards the motionless Kanya. He mumbled, "Seems like she's fast asleep. Then I should begin." Kanya's body remained still. Fry suddenly lifted her shirt, startling her. Kanya was horrified, frantically looking down at herself. "This pervert, what is he trying to do?" Fred gritted his teeth, his face pale, trying to use his inner strength to heal. A strange suspicion began to creep into Chokania's mind. Could the reason for his deteriorating health be these pointless late-night activities? The more she thought about it, the more furious she became. She gritted her teeth, silently cursing that despicable name. "I will punish him." Chokania's face was filled with rage. Inwardly, she continued to curse him. "Just wait until I return. You will endure the most horrific punishments, the most brutal tortures you could never imagine, before you're banished to hell. You bastard, Frank." But then Chokania suddenly stopped. Her eyes turned cold, staring at Frank's motionless body. For over an hour now, he's held that same strange position. What is he up to? Frank's hand was still trembling uncontrollably, channeling energy into the girl's body. Witnessing this, she wondered silently, why does he look like he's in such agony? Suddenly, she gasped, as if realizing something unbelievable. Her eyes narrowed with suspicion. She thought, impossible! A cruel person like him. How could he stop at this level? Immediately after, she told herself with steely determination, just wait a little longer. He'll definitely reveal his true nature. Finally, Frank finished the treatment. He collapsed onto the ground, gasping for air. Phew! That's enough. She remained motionless on the cold ground. Her soul, hovering behind, was flustered and sweating profusely. She thought to herself, bewildered, is it over? Frank calmly stood up, quickly turned and left. He walked towards the cat. It immediately froze, sweating, thinking, was I discovered? Frank remained still, observing her before smirking and extending a hand towards her. She panicked, inwardly crying out, how is this possible? Even a saint couldn't see through my dark magic, could they? Immediately, Frank lifted the teddy bear, bursting into delighted laughter. This is so cute. Kania was completely taken aback. He quickly pressed his face against the bear's back, rubbing it with delight, and exclaimed blissfully, "This soft feeling is addictive." Meanwhile, she stood frozen, goosebumps rising from confusion. Frank and the teddy bear, Kanya, lay on the bed with joyful expressions. He held the bear up and poked its belly. Kanya felt a tickle and let out an involuntary sound. Frank looked at her and chuckled innocently, "Ha!" Immediately after, Kanya trembled, stammering an explanation. Frank grinned excitedly, "Oh, it makes a sound every time I poke its belly?" As for her, hearing that, she was terrified, chills running down her spine. But Frank persistently kept pressing the button to gain her trust. She also continuously cried out, "Meow, meow." Frank continued doing so, then acted incredibly delighted. "Maybe I should buy one for myself." The next morning, sunlight streamed down on his head. Ray was also awakened by the bright sunlight. He sat up and saw Kanya rolling around on the floor. "What's going on so early in the morning?" Kanya knelt on the floor, hugging herself tightly, trembling as she replied, "It's not just that my stomach is a little..." Before she could finish her sentence, his face darkened. He pointed towards the door and yelled, "Oh my God! Get to the bathroom." Seeing that, she turned and ran, yelling back in frustration as she ran, "Please, just leave me alone." Then, she frantically clutched her stomach and ran straight towards the door. He couldn't help but give her a judgmental look. Disgusting. Immediately after, the system announced, 200 points awarded. A misunderstanding, perhaps? The young man looked puzzled, thinking to himself, why did I get points? The system continued with new notifications. You have accumulated enough villain points to level up to novice. The amateur item shop has been unlocked. Hearing this, he excitedly glanced towards the shop, his eyes narrowing. "Oh!" He stroked his chin thoughtfully, remarking, "The number of items I can buy has increased. I should get this, that, and that one too." The system chimed in with another notification. Main quest: attack on the civilian dormitory. Objective: prevent the attack and apprehend the mastermind. What will happen next? Reward: accelerated awakening of the hero's weapon. Penalty: failure will result in decreased life force and lifespan. Fred's face lit up with excitement as the mission was officially assigned. Immediately, a surge of determination and steely resolve filled him. If that's the case, I absolutely must go to the auction and win that item. I made a promise to my sister, and this is the perfect opportunity to keep it. He strode quickly towards the door. Suddenly, a knock echoed through the room, followed by a familiar voice. "Frank, are you in there?" He glanced over. Then, he gestured to Kaya, "Hurry and open the door." She seemed a bit flustered. Rushing to the door, she replied, "Yes, sir." It was Isul standing at the door. Seeing Kaya, the instructor bowed politely. "Good morning, Professor." Seeing Kaya, Isul looked surprised and asked, "What are you doing here?" Kanya remained calm, observing the situation before responding. "I'm currently sharing a room with the young master, to make it easier to care for him." Hearing this, the versatile teacher panicked, her face paling as she let out a shriek. "What are you saying, Frank? Are you out of your mind sharing a room with someone of the opposite gender?" Frank brought a hand to his chin, chuckling, "The innocence of a virgin. You should experience the taste of love, you know. Otherwise, don't complain about being single later." Izors, upon hearing this, froze, becoming as still as a statue. Beside them, Kanya frantically waved her hands, trying to clarify, "Professor, I swear to you, we don't have that kind of relationship she's imagining." Frank calmly stood up, glancing at a system notification. Plus 100 points. Honesty is the best policy, after all. He then quickly ushered his sister, who was still reeling from the shocking revelation, out the door, reminding her, "Seriously, how long are you going to stand there dumbfounded? We still have to go to the back alley." Behind them, Kanya bowed respectfully, "Young master, please be careful." The sky outside was crystal clear and bright blue. The two walked down the street. Izors asked Flora suspiciously, "Are you sure we're going the right way?" Hearing that, Flora looked around and replied, "Just be quiet and follow me." They both wore cloaks for disguise, silently entering a small path. Izors walked while cautiously observing her surroundings, her face grimacing as if she had stepped in something disgusting. She let out a sound of disgust. Flora, behind her, just silently observed her expression. Izors couldn't hold it in any longer and cried out in complaint, "What kind of hellhole is this? Flora also glanced at the surrounding scene, thinking that Izors couldn't be blamed. Before their eyes were skinny, skeletal children, lying scattered on the street. While the nobles indulged in lavish feasts and drunken revelry, Frank knew that Israel was no stranger to the corruption and injustice that festered within the empire. Only this time, she witnessed its brutality firsthand. Her gaze swept over a nobleman cavorting with women, and she thought to herself, the only difference was that this time, she saw the harsh reality with her own eyes. The more she saw, the more Israel seethed. Unable to stand it any longer, she urged, "Take me to that shop right now." Frank glanced at her but didn't reply. But in the next moment, Israel's eyes burned with fierce determination. "After I'm done with that shop, I'm going to cleanse this entire area." Frank calmly pointed ahead, his voice even, "We're here." Before them stood a rickety old wooden door. Israel nodded, murmuring, "So it's here." Without a moment's hesitation, she drew her sword, strode inside, and called out, "Stay here. I'll be back in a flash." Watching Iris's back, Frank sighed softly and scratched his head. He thought to himself, she hasn't changed a bit. His goal was to complete his mission, preferably avoiding unnecessary trouble. But just then, a blood-curdling scream echoed. "Help!" A woman cried out as she was grabbed by the hair and brutally beaten. The thug in front of her sneered, his voice full of glee. "Stop resisting. It's useless." He then reached out and grabbed another young girl, clamping his hand over her mouth. Greed flashed in his eyes. High-quality goods like this, the boss will be very pleased. His accomplice beside him let out a wicked laugh in agreement. Frank clenched his fists, his body trembling with rage. Inside, a raging fury roared relentlessly. It was truly unbearable. Frank's face darkened, his eyes flashing with a terrifying coldness. Without hesitation, Frank charged towards the traffickers. At this moment, the group was still unaware of Frank's presence. They were gloating, dragging the unfortunate girls into a house. Two guards stood at the entrance, chatting and laughing smugly. "We've brought you to your destination, little lady." Frank stopped, his sharp gaze sweeping over them. Standing at the door of the house, two burly guards stared at him. One of them frowned, muttering, Seeing Frank's unusual cloak, they quickly became wary. One of them smirked, sneering. "This isn't a place for kids to play." Frank just chuckled, slowly pulling out a pouch of gold coins. "Everyone loves money." The two immediately changed their attitude. They bowed subserviently, inviting him inside. He smirked, walking past them with disdain, not forgetting to sneer, "Get lost, you pathetic worms." Inside, the lights flickered dimly, the air thick with the smell of strong liquor and decadent luxury. A woman stood behind the bar. Upon seeing Fred, she flashed a professional, alluring smile. Her voice, sweet as honey, poured into his ears. As she greeted him, "Welcome. We hope you have a pleasant evening." She pulled out a thick book, flipping through pages filled with pictures of beautiful women. Her tone, flattering, "My goodness, what a handsome guest. What might your preferences be?" Frank glanced at the book indifferently, then calmly replied, "I prefer to see the merchandise in person, not look at these lifeless pictures." The woman was momentarily taken aback, but quickly regained her smile. "You're so young, you must not understand the rules here. I'm afraid we can't accommodate that request here, sir." Frank raised an eyebrow, remaining silent. He simply pulled out another bag of gold, placing it gently on the table. This time, she beamed, her voice as sweet as honey. 10 days. Follow this path." Frank slowly followed behind, his sharp eyes carefully observing the increasingly steep path. The surrounding air grew thick and heavy, making it hard to breathe. The boy was on high alert. Looking around, Max Ray thought to himself, just as expected, they've secretly built an underground bunker. Suddenly, Max Ray's eyes widened in astonishment, and he let out a loud gasp. He stared at the data in front of him, muttering in confusion, "Good heavens, what are the Demon King's minions doing here?" The system displayed Queen Shark U-Boots information. Strength, 7.5, Magic, 7.5, Intelligence, 7.5, Spirit, 8.5. Special abilities, Charming Blessing, Scent of U-Boot. Trait, Greed. Fred's face hardened, his eyes filled with suspicion as he observed the woman before him. He thought to himself, "This is strange. I need to investigate further." Despite her darkening expression, she let out a delighted laugh, glancing triumphantly at Frank. She pointed towards a room ahead, her voice firm. "We've arrived, sir. You're free to inspect the merchandise now." Moments later, they entered a dimly lit holding area. Frank furrowed his brow and asked, "This is?" Queen Shark U-Boot flashed a friendly smile, her voice gentle yet carrying a warning for those inside. "Ladies, put on a happy face. We have a valued guest." The girls inside the cages erupted in laughter, but their laughter was twisted, filled with a terrifying madness. Tears streamed down their faces. Their bodies were covered in bruises, ravaged by countless beatings. "Ha, ha, ha. Hello. Hello." Their grotesque laughter mixed with desperate, choked sobs. Queen Shark U-Boot turned to Frank, smiling as she asked, "Are you feeling excited, young master?" Frank gazed at the scene before him, a cruel smirk playing on his lips. "Indeed, very excited." Her eyes widened, and she let out a loud, excited laugh. Frank glanced at the people caged up, stroking his chin thoughtfully. Then he spoke slowly. "I just have a preference for someone a little younger." Queen Shark U-Boot froze, looking at him with confusion. Frank didn't say another word, but silently pulled out another bag of gold, lightly shaking it in front of her. His voice was casual. "How about one more bag?" Her face darkened, but greed flickered in her eyes. She started to say something, but then grinned from ear to ear, staring at the gold, eagerly replying, "How could I possibly refuse?" Without hesitation, she led Frank to a massive door. Her smile widened, her hand knocking lightly 3 times. Knock, knock, knock. Immediately, a secret door slowly materialized from the stone wall. She spun around, eager to boast about a secret passage. But before she could finish, Frank unleashed a devastating kick. She screamed in agony as her body flew backward, crashing hard against the stone wall. Her head slammed into the wall, her eyes rolled back, and she instantly lost consciousness. Frank lowered his leg, glancing coldly at her, then quickly rushed towards the secret door. His voice was ice cold. "You rest there, I'll go in and take a look myself." He dashed forward, his hurried footsteps pounding against the cold stone floor, echoing through the silent space. But the moment he stepped through the door, the sight inside stunned him. His eyes widened in horror at the sight of children imprisoned in iron cages. Their small bodies trembled, their eyes filled with fear. Before them, a dark magic circle was drawn in fresh blood, emitting a terrifying crimson glow, filled with malevolent energy. Frank clenched his fists, gritting his teeth and muttering, "Damn bastards! So this is their plot all along?" He slowly observed more closely, his eyes filled with killing intent. "They're plotting to awaken the Demon King. Using this cruel method?" Frank bent down, staring at the magic circle, a matrix drawn with the blood of innocent children. All these children were turned into sacrifices, a barbaric offering. Inside the cage, the children were desperately screaming in terror. "Someone, please save us." Shark U-Boot, the queen with a cold expression, stood right at the entrance, her sharp eyes fixed on him, her voice icy. "You have seen everything?" Behind her was a massive army, ready for battle. She gritted her teeth, pointing at Frank, ordering firmly, "Capture that damn brat. I don't care who he is. I want him alive." Seeing this, Fred quickly put on his mask. He thought it would be troublesome if his identity was revealed to the children during the fight. Having his face seen by the children would cause a lot of trouble. He instantly drew the sword from his hip. His gentle voice reassured the children. "Don't be afraid, wait for me." A powerful aura of a master swordsman emanated from him, enveloping the entire room. In a flash, Frank lunged forward, his sword a blur, slashing directly at the black-cloaked soldiers. They couldn't react in time, their heads flying off in an instant. Queen Shark U-Boot's eyes widened in rage. She roared, Who are you?" Frank stood amidst the pool of blood, his gaze cold and fixed on her. He slowly walked towards her. Panicked, she stumbled backward, screaming, "Stay away from me." She trembled, sobbing uncontrollably, desperately pleading, "I can grant you anything you desire. Information on the Demon King. I can provide that if you need it. Or perhaps you'd like me to serve you, pleasure you every night. There's nothing quite like a succubus." But before she could finish, she received a fatal blow from Frey. His eyes were cold as ice, his blade piercing straight through her body. She gasped, "Why? Those weren't bad offers." Frey replied, his voice icy, "I don't negotiate with scum, especially those who would harm children." Frey glanced towards the children trembling in their cages. At his feet, the succubus queen, Shark-U-Boot, lay dying. Blood dripped from his blade onto the cold ground. Soon, the children were freed. They ran to Frey, chanting in unison, "Thank you! Thank you so much for saving us!" Frey scratched his head, a slightly embarrassed look on his face, thinking, "It was nothing." The children ran off happily, waving goodbye. He waved goodbye, gently reminding them, "Don't wander around, go straight home, okay? And remember to use the money I gave you to buy something tasty to eat." The children replied in unison, "Yes, sir." Suddenly, the system announced, "Emergency quest completed." Ray was a little surprised. Immediately, the system continued to display, "Please select your reward." He read the system panel while stroking his chin thoughtfully. An emergency quest, but the reward seems a bit underwhelming. Suddenly, a soft voice spoke up beside him. "How did you know we were there?" Just then, the girl's information panel appeared. Name, Juhi. Strength, 5. Magic, 5. Intelligence, 5. Spirit, 6. Special ability. Hidden potential, pure quality. Frank looked towards the little girl, thinking to himself, "This is the child I saw them take. Why is this reward so perfect for such a small child?" He scrolled through the system interface, lost in thought. If her hidden potential is nurtured correctly, she will undoubtedly make her mark on history. Frank smiled faintly, his eyes gleaming with determination. "I will give this reward to her." He then handed Claire a ring. "This is a lucky ring for you." Curious and delighted, the little girl reached out to accept the gift. Holding the 4-leaf clover ring in her hand, she innocently asked, "Why are you giving this to me?" He replied, his voice warm, "Well, you can consider this an investment in a budding talent, the future of the empire." Her eyes widened with curiosity as she asked, "May I know your name? I want to repay you someday." He patted her head affectionately. "It's all right. That's the burden a hero like you must carry. As long as you live well, live happily, that's the greatest reward for me. And I see you have a special potential for learning magic. Give it a try." Hearing this, the little girl hesitantly asked, Magic?" "Exactly." Frank quickly placed the ring on her finger. The little girl smiled, clasping her hands together in prayer. "Thank you so much, hero. I will definitely work hard to practice magic and repay this kindness. Wait for me." And Frank at that time was completely unaware that such a seemingly small event could drastically change the course of destiny. Under the desolate ruins of the structure, Izors yelled, "Frank, where have you been?" Frank stammered, hastily making up an excuse, though his mind had just been distracted by a few things. "But it looks like the auction is about to begin. I'll run to the guild to buy some information." He turned away, his face etched with regret. "It seems they're auctioning off some kind of dark magic artifact." Izors was immediately intrigued. "What did you say?" She grabbed Frey's shirt, urging him, "Don't waste any more time here. Take me to the transaction site now." Frey maintained his innocent expression. "But you need a ticket to get in there." "What?" Izors gritted her teeth, glaring at him. Frey was sweating bullets, stammering. Actually, he scratched his head, his voice trailing off. "There's another way." After Frey revealed his plan, they both entered the auction. Izors held Frey's arm, trying to hide her face with a mask, but her face was still flushed. Is this really the only way? I told you. Want to get in without an invitation? Then you'll have to pretend to be my girlfriend." Frank observed the auction floor with a sharp gaze. Izellist looked at him worriedly, her face full of concern. They both settled comfortably in the plush red seats. "Do we really have to link arms like this?" Izellist wondered. "Oh, come on, don't be so stiff," Frank replied. He thought to himself, "Although there's a slight risk she might lose control, no one can protect me better than her. Anyway, this is just a trivial item. I can get it easily." Suddenly, Frank jolted, exclaiming in astonishment, "Oh my God!" Seeing his agitation, Izellist placed her hand on the hilt of her sword and asked cautiously, "What is it? What's wrong?" Frank stared at the information screen in front of him, muttering inaudibly. "It's appeared." Izellist frowned. "Where is it?" Before Frank, an information panel about Clana suddenly appeared. Strength A. Intellect 7. Arcane magic high. Spirit 4. Special ability frailty. Unstable magic power. Self-destruction curse. Beside him, a girl in a red hood suddenly materialized. "Sorry to interrupt." Frank instantly recognized her, cold sweat beading on his forehead. Clana, another Clana? Clana's info panel, strength, B, intellect, 7, magic, 7, spirit, 8.1, quality, emperor. It didn't stop there. A faint information panel about appeared before him. Flouchy, strength 1, intellect 2, magic, spirit, special ability, blessing of the sun god. Frank clutched his head, despair washing over him as he realized he was completely surrounded. Can this get any worse? He whispered furtively to Isurist, Sis, please never use my real name here. Led glanced at her hand clutching the shawl, thinking to herself, to think 3 of the 5 heroines are here, vying for the same thing as me. If they possess it, they could control everything. The atmosphere in the auction hall began to buzz with excitement. The auctioneer announced loudly, Ladies and gentlemen, we proudly present an exceptionally rare stone, possessing a mysterious energy that is truly priceless. Frank knew that overthinking wouldn't help him now. Obtaining the stone was his top priority. The first item brought out was exactly what Fry was after, a manipulation stone, capable of controlling minds, even possessing a person completely, bending them to their will. He told himself, I have to get it, no matter the cost. The auctioneer held the microphone and solemnly announced, Starting bid, 1 gold. Frank confidently raised his hand. I'm sorry, but I can't let another AI possess it. In this world, money can buy anything. Never underestimate the financial power of a powerful family. The Duke's family rules this empire. Bidding paddle number 15 was raised in the hall. Silence suddenly fell over the room. The auctioneer pointed to Frank and began the countdown. 15 gold. First bid. 15 gold. Second bid. Do I hear any higher bids? Just then, Kolruna raised her paddle. The auctioneer was stunned, unable to hide his surprise. Without hesitation, 20 gold. First bid. Pulroki hastily joined the bidding. But even she was surprised by the number she just offered. Gasps and shouts filled the air, pushing the excitement to its peak. I can't believe it. 10,000 gold. First bid. 10,000 gold. Second bid. Will this be the final offer? While everyone was stunned, Pulroki collapsed, bursting into tears. Oh my god. What do we do now? Oh, I wrote it wrong. Frank sighed, thinking to himself, what a klutz. He continued to bid 11,000 gold. But immediately, a higher bid was called out, taking him by surprise. 12,000 gold? What? His gaze shifted towards a wealthy man beside him, who was mesmerized by the gem. The man raised his monocle, letting out a condescending chuckle. 20,000 gold. Anger flared, and Frank aggressively raised the bid to 22,000 gold. But the old man remained unfazed. The gem's price was driven up to 30,000 gold. The two continued their heated bidding war, until the auctioneer was practically breathless. 40,000 gold. 50,000 gold. 55,000 gold. Do I hear any higher bids? The gavel fell for the third time at 55,000 gold. Transaction complete. Frank smiled triumphantly. Victory was his. Maybe I went a little too far provoking that washed-up old man, but I can still handle this situation. But just then, a surge of purple magic suddenly appeared. Frank clearly sensed this unusual energy. He immediately turned towards the room. His jaw dropped in astonishment as he saw the magic sphere in the girl's hand. The sphere grew larger and larger. Frank jumped up, swinging his hand to cast dark magic. A thought suddenly flashed through his mind. He realized from the very beginning, she had no intention of participating in the auction. Her purpose here was simply to steal the stone. Darkness exploded, engulfing the entire auction hall. Panic staff urged everyone to remain calm. We will resolve the situation immediately, they assured. Frank, pinching his nose, reached out to grab the stone. Damn it! How did things get this out of hand? He cursed under his breath. Forget it. I'll deal with that later. The important thing now is to get the stone. Just then, a fiery kick came out of nowhere. Frank was sent flying, crashing onto the auction house steps. An icy voice suddenly echoed through the hall. You shouldn't have come here. Just who are you, AI? You better reveal your true identity, before it's too late. He smirked, pointing down at Clana's feet. Clana was momentarily taken aback. Fry whispered, Look down. Clana gasped. Her slender legs were completely exposed, her dress nearly burnt to ashes. Her face flushed crimson, and she quickly bent down in shame. Despite her fear, she bravely stood up to defend her comrades. "You despicable wretch! How shameful! This behavior is unforgivable. You must be a minion of the Devil King." She closed her eyes, raised her crucifix high, and began to pray. "O Lord, please grant me the strength to destroy this perverted demon." Frank could only think to himself, "I'm not a devil, and I didn't burn your clothes." A surge of holy light suddenly descended, exploding violently as if answering Clana's fervent prayer. A massive wall of light slammed into the ground, creating a powerful gust of wind. Thick smoke and dust billowed up. Clana still clutched the brightly shining cross, sparkling in her hand. But upon closer inspection, she realized with horror that Frank was still standing there, completely unharmed. It was definitely a direct hit. Frank was also confused, but only silently thought, "What good is it to use an exorcism spell on me?" This time, Philochi and Clana combined their powers, raising their magic to a higher level. "This must be a trial from God. I will accept it with all my heart. If you dare underestimate me, I swear I will crush you." But before either could strike, a flickering shadow darted past. The old man from before suddenly appeared. He cast a spell, immobilizing them both. Both struggled to resist, but it was futile. Hiro fell unconscious. As for Colon, he was so exhausted that even as he reached out, his body had no energy left. The old man slowly removed his mask. "Fancy meeting you here, Priya on Starlight." Amidst the chaotic scene he smirked. "They were far too noisy, so I had to silence them." His name was Eucharius. Power level, 2, Intelligence, 7, Magic, 8.5, Spirit, 8.6. Special abilities, Shapeshifting, Mind Control, blank. Freeze froze, utterly astonished. A question burned in his mind. The great demon Eucharius, what was he doing here? Frank hastily knelt, his voice trembling. "Greetings, Lord Eucharius. What brings you here?" Euchaios calmly replied, "I've come for the manipulation stone." Frank gasped, stammering, The manipulation stone? I never knew it was such a valuable treasure." Euchaios calmly explained, "It can amplify my power." Praik approached the battlefield, where Isors and Cania were still locked in a fierce battle. A thought suddenly flashed through his mind. Is he the previous owner of this stone? Euchaios continued, "If I possess it, even the Demon King won't be able to underestimate me." Frank hurriedly asked, "I understand, but what about those two?" Euchaios sighed. "Tisk, I've already taken control of the swordswoman's mind. When she tried to attack me," he stroked his white beard, a cunning smile spreading across his face, "I eagerly anticipate experiencing the new power I will wield." Immediately after using the stone, Frank reacted instantly. He gripped the sword at his hip, his eyes turning icy cold. "You mean, you're weak now?" In a blink of an eye he swung his sword. A single strike ended it all. Eucharius' eyes widened in horror before he collapsed. Frank coldly uttered, "I thought you were still the great demon of the past." But before he could take a breath, Isors lost control and continued to attack Cania. Cania trembled, cowering in fear. Frank rushed towards her in panic. But unfortunately, his badge fell out of his pocket. Cania closed her eyes, waiting for the fatal blow. But instead of feeling the cold steel on her skin, a strong gust of wind suddenly swept past her head. When she opened her eyes, the sight before her left her speechless. Blood splattered everywhere. Isors had dealt Frank a fatal blow to the back. Frank coughed up a mouthful of blood. His vision blurred from the intense pain. He stumbled, then collapsed, clutching Cania tightly. Cania stared in horror at the bleeding wound on Frank's back. She squeezed him tightly, screaming in panic. Are you all right?" Frank gritted his teeth, reaching for a nearby sword. With the last of his strength, he gripped the hilt. Cania looked frantically towards Isors. Frank, despite the pain searing through him, managed to pat her shoulder reassuringly. Cania stammered, stunned, Who are you? Why did you save me?" Frank remained silent. His gaze fell upon Eucharius's body beside him. A silent worry gnawed at him. "Damn it. Even though I took care of Eucharius, she's still under mind control." He tried to muster the little mana he had left, wiping the blood from his lips. "Can I even beat her in this condition?" Isols, with empty eyes, lunged forward to attack once more. Frank, determined, roared with a mighty shout and charged into battle. With a single blow he struck Isols down, sending her sword clattering to the ground. The string controlling Isols snapped. Isol's eyes widened. She let out a scream. Before her eyes gradually returned to their original color, she collapsed and fell unconscious. Watching the dark magic dissipate, Frank breathed a sigh of relief, his face etched with exhaustion. That was enough to break the hypnosis. He turned towards the door, knowing he couldn't stay any longer. Just as he was about to leave, Xenia abruptly stood up. "Wait, who are you?" But her question was met with silence. Frank quickly disappeared into the crowd, running for his life. As he ran, he told himself he couldn't fall here. If he fell now, all my efforts will go down the drain. I have to grit my teeth and endure this until I can get back to the academy dorms. The girls, just waking up, were still drowsy and disoriented. What's going on? It feels like I just woke up from a never-ending dream. Just as she got up, before she could take a step, Garina gasped in horror as her foot accidentally stepped into a pool of blood. What in the world is this? While they were still in shock, Kanya was still pondering the identity of the person who had just saved her life. She turned to Klena, her eyes filled with suspicion. "Your Highness, why did you?" Klena remained silent, her sharp eyes scrutinizing. Your presence here. Does this mean you've also recovered your past life memories? Just answer me this one question. Are you friend or foe to Frank?" Kanya replied firmly, "Enemy." Garina smiled. "Want to join forces with me against Frank? I propose we form an alliance. A place where we can discuss more thoroughly how to deal with the villain Pyrochi. Are you still using your intelligence wisely?" Pyrochi's face paled, her expression blank. Garina immediately roared. "If you let the church pressure you again this time, aren't you playing right into Frank's hands? Even if Kanya is a dark witch, don't discriminate against her too much. Understood?" Kanya accidentally looked down and discovered something. Night fell, blanketing Frank's castle in darkness. He threw himself onto the bed, letting out a long sigh. What a terrible day. Frank incinerated the mask he had worn earlier, eliminating all traces. While bandaging his wounds, he muttered, "If that bastard had been a little stronger, I would be dead." He hurriedly put on his shirt. But before he could adjust his clothes, a sudden knock echoed. The knocking on the door was insistent. A familiar voice called out from outside, "I'm home, young master." Frank startled, thinking to himself, "Why is she back so early?" Before he could recover, Kania pushed the door open and entered. Her scrutinizing gaze made Frank instinctively step back. "Young master, where did you go today?" Kania asked. Frank tried to remain calm, replying indifferently, "You already know, why ask? I went shopping with my sister." He lightly pushed Kania aside, his voice sharp. "I'm tired, don't ask anymore. Turn off the lights and let's sleep." Frank pulled the blanket over himself, preparing to drift off to sleep, when Kania's next words stunned him. "That's strange. Today, I saw someone who looked just like you in the alleyway," she continued, her voice still calm, but each word was like a dagger piercing Frank's heart. "That person was wearing a mask and carrying a sword identical to yours." Grace burrowed under the covers, thinking denial would smooth everything over. "So what? There are tons of identical swords in the world, aren't there?" Kanya paused for a moment, then slowly pulled out a small object. "Oh right, master. Today, I also found a star-shaped badge. It looks very familiar." Grace jolted, reflexively sitting up and snatching the badge. "Where? Be careful." The moment he uttered those words, he knew he'd fallen into a trap. Kanya narrowed her eyes, her voice soft, yet laced with a terrifying pressure. "How strange. I didn't even say I found it at the auction house." Her gaze pierced straight through Frank. Each of her words felt like shackles tightening around him. "Did you perhaps drop it while running away?" Frank clenched the badge in his hand trembling uncontrollably. Panicked, he threw it away, his voice barely a whisper. What are you talking about?" He quickly pulled the blanket over his head, trying to avoid the scrutinizing gaze of the house. But even hidden beneath the thick blanket, he could feel her breath right next to him. "Damn it, she's found out. What am I going to do?" Just then, a blinding light suddenly shone directly into Ray's eyes. He squinted, but before he could focus, Kania climbed onto the bed and suddenly pulled his shirt open. "Hey, what the hell are you doing?" Kania stared at the fresh wound on Ray's body. She spoke, her voice slow but chillingly cold. There's no use denying it now. She let go of his shirt, then concluded in a firm tone. The sword, the badge, this wound, that's more than enough evidence to prove you're the masked man. Frank was speechless. His mind raced, trying to figure out what to do, but the system gave him no chance. The punishment unfolds, suffocating the fate of the wicked one. His life force and longevity severely diminish after each execution. A sudden pain strikes, tearing at his flesh. Frank writhes in agony on the bed, blood spewing from his mouth. Master! Master! What's wrong? Kania rushes to Frank's side in a panic, but Frank can only clutch the sheets, his body trembling violently. What happened today is out of control. The excruciating pain becomes unbearable. Frank's arm goes limp. Master! Kania shakes Frank vigorously, but he's completely unresponsive. Kania clutches the handkerchief in her hand, torn with inner conflict. Should I just leave him? She looks at Frank, the man who saved her life but whom she also suspects. If I just leave him like this, he'll surely die. No, I can't let him die no matter what. He saved me after all. Kania listened, then fell into deep thought. Killing him can wait. With that thought, she extended her hand, imbued with dark magic. Kania focused all her strength, channeling magic into the young man's body. She thought to herself, now, I'll enter Frank's subconscious. He's unconscious. This will make it easier. If I do this, then maybe I can find out what's happening inside my own body. Inside Frank's subconscious, Kania slowly opened her eyes. Before her was a clear sky and a calm, still surface of water, pure and pristine. She wondered in astonishment, why is his subconscious so serene? The subconscious of sinners, of the wicked, should be shrouded in gloomy darkness. Amidst the silence, a voice suddenly emerged from below her. A small, timid fly, trembling, greeted the mysterious house. Witnessing this, she instantly amplified her magical energy, letting out a resounding cry. You've finally shown yourself, ruler of the darkness within this subconscious space. The dark magic of this. With lightning speed, he bound the boy's hands and feet. She eyed the boy warily, couldn't let her guard down just because he was small. He was completely in control of this space. Kania declared loudly, this is the magic of an oath. Swear it. You will answer all my questions truthfully. The boy responded instantly. I swear. Let me go. The chains binding the boy vanished into thin air. Kania continued. First question, why did Fry help me? She stared intently at young Fry, not taking her eyes off him for a second. Hearing this, the boy replied, because you are precious to Frank. Kania bit her lip, resentment welling up. Precious? What do you think he did to me? What did he do to me? Young Frank hastily explained, but there's a good reason for that. Moreover, he's sacrificing his own life force to save you. Kania was stunned into silence. Little Frank sighed at this. It's true, mere words can't fully express it. Let me show you. As soon as he finished speaking, a soft light enveloped Kania. Little Frank explained that this was Frank's true nature. Instantly, countless memories flooded her mind. The truth was finally revealed. Kania grasped the truth in agony, clutching her head. So all this time it was just a misunderstanding? Were all of Fred's cruel actions to save the world? And was she the reason he became this way? And even though she hated him so much, he was still sacrificing his life force for her? She wondered what was the truth behind all of this. Kania was consumed by helplessness and grief, tears welling up in her eyes. She lowered her head, her reflection shimmering in the clear water of Frank's soul, as if seeking solace in the image of a young Frank approaching her. Come on, don't blame yourself, young Frank comforted her. The boy seemed to be reassuring himself as well, causing Kania's heart to ache with pain. Young Frank embraced Kania, just before the space began to crumble. Kania ended the spell, returning to reality with tears streaming down her cheeks. A quiet evening. The gentle moonlight bathed the magnificent castle. Frank gasped for breath, sweat drenching his body. He weakly sat up, whispering, "Where am I?" Kania, who was by his side, rushed to him, anxiously calling, "Young master!" Frank felt the warmth and respect emanating from the house. He turned away, bewildered. "You must know my identity by now, don't you?" "But I know, that's not enough to satisfy you. But I've decided to tell you everything. There's no point in hiding it anymore. Kenya nodded slightly. Please, tell me. He began to explain. I've been entrusted with the mission to save the world, and because of that responsibility, I'm bound by a cruel curse. Currently, I become stronger every time I commit an evil act, and whenever I perform a good deed and it's revealed, I lose a part of my life force. Kenya asked, is that why you treated me so badly? He anxiously nodded in agreement. I used you for my mission. Frank looked at her with a serious expression. Kenya, please don't ever forgive me for what I've done. No matter the reason, my actions are inexcusable. Kenya replied. But, aren't you in an impossible situation? You even share your life force with me every night? Fry gasped in surprise. You knew. Kenya replied. I've always wondered what you were doing. But now I understand. He scratched his cheek. I suppose it was only a matter of time before I was found out. Fry looked at Kenya with concern. So what will you do now? What are you going to do? Kenya blushed slightly, then answered firmly. I will continue to serve you as before, until I have repaid my debt of gratitude. He sighed. I figured you'd say that. Then please, continue to look after me as you always have. Later, a small kitten contentedly licked its paw. Watching its relaxed demeanor, a voice spoke. Your Highness. Kenya, with the kitten in her lap, asked, why are we meeting at a cat cafe? Garen smiled. Because there aren't any AI that can monitor us here. Hearing this, she sighed heavily, a look of deep concern on her face before continuing. Since I can't seize the Dominion Stone, I need to find another one of Fred's weaknesses to stop his scheme. Garena scoffed, his face full of contempt. I just want to tear him limb from limb right now. Feroci, sitting beside him, was also fired up, agreeing. Then let's tear him apart together. Garena looked troubled, turning to Feroci and saying, even if he dies, we still have to live. We need to act discreetly, leaving as few traces as possible. Kenya observed silently, thinking to herself, just by watching them like this, then, at least I can help young master somehow. Kenya sank into her thoughts, feeling helpless in this reconnaissance mission. I really can't do much for him. After all, I can't shoulder all those burdens. For him, all I can do for him are the smallest things. Let's start with the simplest tasks. First, I should prepare him a delicious meal, so the young master can smile, even if just for a fleeting moment. At Frank's residence, Kenya stood beside him, anxiously asking if the food was to his liking. Frank laughed. Of course, it's delicious. It was so hard for me to say something so simple. Breakfast is done. Let's start transferring the life force today. Hearing him say that, Kenya became even more uneasy. But master, if you do that, friend shook her head. It's not right. I can't let her die because of me. She was silent for a long moment, stunned by his words. Finally, Kenya nodded. I understand. Please try not to push yourself too hard. With that, she gently lay back on the chair. Kenya slightly lifted her shirt, and at the same time, Frank softly asked, shall I begin? Frank began channeling his life force into Kenya. His face contorted in concentration. Sweat poured off him like rain. Finally, the intense pain caused Frank to cough up blood. Kenya slightly opened her eyes, looked at Frank, and thought, I knew this would happen, but this punishment is truly too much of a burden for him. Suddenly, the stellar magic was blocked. It was obstructed by the dark magic within her body. Kenya cried out in pain. Frank looked at her worriedly. Are you all right? Trying to reassure Frank, she replied, I'm fine, just a stomachache. Seeing Kenya's reaction, Frank realized something was wrong. He understood the problem and softly said,
I'm sorry, Kenya.
Kenya asked in confusion, young master. Frank then explained, it seems the stellar magic and the dark magic have mixed together. Witnessing this, the girl worriedly shook her head, trying to stop him. The boy strained to pull it out, his face contorted in pain. My body will. Frank ignored her pleas, continuing to use his magic to extract it. It's okay, I can handle it. The girl tried to endure a little longer, her voice trembling. Just a little bit more. Frank began to tire, his breathing becoming heavy. Kenya could no longer hide her anxiety and shouted, young master, please stop it. I'm all right. Please don't worry. Finally, Frank finished, letting out a sigh of relief. Faster than expected, huh? Kenya frowned with worry as she saw the wound on Frank's hand. Your left hand. Frank looked down at his arm, now tainted with dark magic. He forced a weak smile. It stings a bit, but I'm fine. I'm right-handed anyway. It's nothing serious. Kanya spoke up, bewildered. But removing dark magic is almost impossible. Frank smiled back. It's not the end of the world. When things calm down, maybe everything will go back to normal. Hearing that, she didn't know how to respond, only furrowing her brow with worry. Frank reminded her, it's almost time for class. Let's go. She quickly nodded. Yes, young master. At the academy, Izors was making an announcement to the class. The midterm exam was about to be held, in the form of one-on-one combat training. Frank sat in class, contemplating his current physical condition. Although his body was still weak, he had accomplished all the goals he had set so far. He had worked tirelessly to accumulate points, gathering valuable skills and items. It was time to focus on the main mission. The point score status screen appeared. Notification, 3,560 points accumulated, 630 more points needed. The skill shop also displayed a list of the skills he possessed. Just then, a new mission notification popped up. The mission required him to win a match against Irina Felia. He nodded slightly, a thought flickering in his mind. So the first mission would be to confront Irina. If his memory served him correctly, the nobles had suffered a bitter defeat at her hands during the midterm. Surely they still harbored resentment. That's why they dared to attack the commoner's dormitory. However, the villain in this scenario could change, depending on his own decisions. Everything would shift depending on whether he won or lost, or even chose to run from the confrontation with Irina. The system interface appeared, clearly displaying the mission details. Frank realized there was no penalty for failure. He could improvise, act as he saw fit. But until now, he had always followed a certain procedure, and chosen to become the villain. He thought to himself, a hint of hesitation in his heart. After all, having the upper hand was better than blindly rushing into an uncertain future. Uncertain future. Professor Zoas spoke, his voice echoing throughout the room. Any AI who slacks off will quickly fail. So, make sure you are thoroughly prepared. Immediately find a partner and report back within 1 hour. Frank thought to himself, fighting Irina would be too easy, but something seems off from the start. In her current state, Irina couldn't possibly beat me. Outside, the sounds of a brawl and shouting erupted. Stop it. Please stop. This has nothing to do with you. They retorted, nothing to do with us? It's because of you lot that Master Fry is lost. Ariana and Irina burst into tears. Those in the hall continued to casually chat with Irina. They mocked. It's because you're all so stupid. Just then, Frank appeared, flashing a bright smile and booming. Quite clever. You acted without needing my signal. Isabel, who had been observing from the sidelines, approached and greeted him with excited enthusiasm. Isn't that Fry? What brings you to this filthy place? He replied, I was thinking about the runaway girl. Is that so? She responded with a smile. Their punishment will be over soon, so please wait a moment. Fry glared at Ariana and Irina, coldly asking, why did you run away? Ariana burst into tears. How could we go along with that, keeping each other company? Nonsense tonight. Hearing that, he pretended to think. I see. So, if it's reasonable, it's acceptable, right? Then how about this? Whoever loses in a test will have to obey the winner's command. That's fair. Yeah. They cheered in unison. I can't trust empty promises. He shook his head, skeptical. I'm asking Irena. The voice boomed with authority. Or will you fight in her place? Irina suddenly yelled, just fight you, is that it? Just you wait. Irina challenged. Frank laughed heartily, so you agree then? If you win, I'll reward you with 1,000 gold pieces. But if you lose, you'll become my slave. Fine, let's make a death oath. Irina accepted. For commoners, Frank said sarcastically. You break promises as easily as cracking an egg. She bristled at his words. What did you just say? Ariana worriedly intervened. Don't do it, Irina. You're now. She softened her voice, reassuringly. It's all right. Irina took the necklace and made the oath with Frank. I will crush him to dust. Irina thought to herself. Frank smirked sinisterly. Finally, they both made a death oath with each other. The two skulls began to interlock, forming a terrifying, unified mass. His heart pierced by the chilling blade embedded in one of the skulls. The other skull was lodged firmly in Irina's heart, creating a horrifying spectacle. Their hearts were now connected by a gruesome chain of blood vessels. Frank let out a sinister laugh, his eyes filled with wicked intent. You know the consequences of breaking an oath, don't you? You better start looking for a nice, cozy coffin, while you can still walk yourself. Isaben stood behind him, admiration evident in her eyes, thinking to herself, even though he just gambled his life, he remains incredibly calm. Truly, he is an extraordinary man. Frank suddenly turned around and said, I almost forgot. From now on, you are not to lay a finger on them. She hastily replied, we will leave everything to your discretion, Lord Frank. He left, but not before emphasizing, remember that promise. I don't want to touch someone else's leftovers. Brian thought to himself, great, I got rid of that annoying pest, and ran into Irina at the same time. The dilemma is I have to lose to her, even though she's exhausted and out of magical energy. Losing on purpose isn't easy. Just then, the system panel popped up, announcing that enough evil points had been accumulated to unlock the expanded skill shop. Brian rejoiced, believing that the new items in the shop would be very useful. He was certain the new items would come in handy. Looking at the new skill mana transfer, he thought to himself, if she doesn't have enough magical energy, I just need to share some of mine with her. In the quiet hallway, Frey seemed to be paying for an item he just ordered, which was the mana transfer skill. With it, Frey wouldn't have to worry about anything anymore. In the midst of carrying out his assigned mission, having just completed his first purchase of the day, he suddenly hesitated, pondering his remaining points. Should he buy another item with these few remaining points or not? After a moment of careful consideration, Rore decided on the lie skill. As soon as he paid and received the skill, he immediately tested his voice. I am a woman. As soon as the words left his mouth, an indescribable awkwardness washed over him. A wave of embarrassment seemed to crash down, shattering into pieces. Not only that, but the words woman echoed in his ears. He tried to compose himself, adjusting his voice to sound more natural. No, that seems a bit much. Unbeknownst to him, Parazi had been standing right behind him and had unintentionally overheard the entire conversation. She couldn't believe what she had just heard from Rore. Parazi was startled and shocked, quickly questioning him to confirm if it was true. She still seemed unable to believe it after discovering this earth-shattering secret. Seeing no reaction from him, Feroci seized the opportunity to use it against Frank. He hesitated, unsure whether he should follow her and explain everything. But after careful consideration, Frank consoled himself, deciding it was best to leave her be. 3 days later, at the school's training grounds, a strange noise emanated from the dense bushes. Frank parted the foliage, and a voice suddenly called out. Irina and Ariana were there. She was breathing heavily from exerting her magic, but the results weren't as expected. Fortunately, Ariana rushed to her side, her face etched with worry. Irina was not giving up. She insisted, I have a feeling if I just try a little harder, if I can land one blow, I'll definitely have a chance to win. Although they were rivals, for some reason, he liked this feeling. The opposing side is pushing with all their might to defeat her. A fiery energy source is gradually materializing in Irina's palm. The energy is growing stronger and stronger. Meanwhile, Ariana watches with admiration. At this extraordinary moment, instead of envy, she gives Irina a look of respect. Long exclaims in awe, as expected of a grand master. But only for a moment, Irina's body begins to tire. Fortunately, Ariana arrives in time to support her. Realizing that if Irina continues using this magic, she'll be in danger, Ariana doesn't hesitate to offer help. She predicts that Frank will definitely unleash another attack, and they won't be able to win without using their ultimate move. Grateful for Ariana's extraordinary effort, the boy can't contain his excitement, clapping and cheering for her. But Ariana doesn't want to put herself down, so she's determined to surpass him. Either way, Irina remains adamant about being right, or more accurately, stubbornly refusing to be seen as on par with that AI. But Fred, on the other hand, desperately wants Ariana to help her, silently pleading in his heart. Please, ask her for help. Suddenly, a pigeon appears, carrying a letter for him. He carefully examines the pigeon perched on his hand, a letter tied to its left leg. Opening the letter, Fry is taken aback by the sender's atrocious spelling. Severely incorrect. But as he continues reading, the words make him gasp in horror. If you don't obey my command, then I will. Each word appears clearly as a murderous threat. And the sender is none other than piracy. Knowing who sent the threat, causing Fred to sigh in frustration. The scene shifts to an ancient cathedral, where doves take flight. He enters the sanctuary, where the mysterious letter was delivered. It seems Pieroci has been waiting for him here for a long time. Frank approaches. His body is exhausted, his breath heavy from the effort of opening the heavy door. Inside the magnificent cathedral, a girl is waiting for him beside a mysterious box. As if sensing his presence, Pieroci turns around. A gentle voice says, "You've arrived." She bows slightly, retrieving an object from the mysterious box. She's a little upset because Fred is always deceiving her. He, on the other hand, looks bewildered and anxious. He doesn't know what secret Pieroci wants to reveal. If she knew the truth, he would surely cough up blood and faint on the spot. Without making him wait any longer, Pieroci speaks, her voice resolute. She decides to press her advantage. But everything will end here. He thought the secret was incredibly dangerous. She blurted out without hesitation, "I'm certain the rumor about you being a girl would send shockwaves everywhere." He looked confused. What's the point of this silly secret and this maid uniform? Her delight was evident, knowing this secret. She had even thoughtfully prepared a maid outfit for him. Frank seemed speechless at Filoci's words. He just sighed in exasperation. He couldn't believe this foolish girl believed such nonsense. Hearing this, she looked surprised. "Isn't that the biggest secret of the SAO star?" Frank said casually, then ignored Filoci and let her do whatever she wanted. Frank started to get annoyed and brushed her hand away. Filoci clenched her fists, her whole body, trembling with rage. She suddenly rushed forward and hugged him tightly, taking the opportunity to check Frank's gender. After the hug, Filoci's face darkened, confused about Frank's body. She began to have doubts about his anatomy. Maybe his chest hasn't developed yet, and couldn't make an accurate judgment. Firiochi shifted her focus, starting to examine a different spot. Her bizarre actions made Fry fear her underlying madness. She was confused, wondering why, as women, they couldn't touch each other. Suddenly, she cried out. Her face flushed crimson, flustered and unsure what to do. But Firiochi persisted, believing everyone develops at their own pace, and this was perfectly normal. She covered her face, wrestling with her inner turmoil. From then on, her words became jumbled and incoherent. Firiochi kept her face covered, unable to contain her surging emotions. Meanwhile, Fred turned away in annoyance, not caring what she did. As expected, she couldn't stop the dark thoughts from creeping in. Firiochi lunged forward, grabbing Fry. Hearing her mumbling, he turned back to ask what she was saying. He turned around, but before he could react, Firiochi was choking him. She used her magic to constrict Frey's throat, tightening her grip and pushing him back. Then, abruptly, she straddled him. Piero's body trembled violently, as she reminded him that Clana was plotting to find his weakness. She tightened her grip on Frey's throat even more. His face turned purple. Fry grew paler and paler, frothing at the mouth. Seeing him unconscious, offering no resistance, Piero finally released her hold. Remorse washed over her. She was consumed by regret for her actions. By following Ray. Upon hearing that name, the stone embedded in his shirt pulsed with a brilliant light. Without hesitation, she raised her hand to end her own life. Crimson liquid began to flow from her hand, held against her throat. "Before we go, let us repent," she murmured. The system interface suddenly appeared, flashing a warning and activating the emergency protection skill. Fortunately, Fry suddenly regained consciousness. He bolted upright, stopping Piero before she could commit the desperate act. Noticing Frank hadn't ascended, she wondered how he could possibly be alive. Feroci was completely clueless about what was happening. "I'm not sure what's going on, but one thing's for certain." Without another word, Frank pressed hard on the stone. He suddenly launched an attack threatening Feroci, catching her completely off guard. His eyes were cold, filled with killing intent. "Don't think you can threaten me just because I came here unarmed," Frank growled, responding to Feroci's provocation. He took step after step, slowly advancing towards Feroci, menacing the noble saintess. She wasn't just a saintess, but the third princess, yet she plotted to harm him. Moreover, he was The Duke's son. This made Feroci begin to panic. Frank was silent for a moment, then a thought struck him. He switched to threats. If this were to spread as a rumor, the consequences would be dire. I'm afraid a certain saintess would be in big trouble. In the stillness of the night, a timid voice suddenly broke the silence. Feroci, broom in hand, her face flushed crimson, her cheeks burning with embarrassment. She hesitated, eyes glistening with tears, and softly asked, Is this okay? Frank, impassive and cold, replied, Start again from the beginning. Feroci flinched, startled. This was the 5th time. He held out a recording stone in front of Feroci, proof of her previous words. Ferochi's demeanor immediately changed. Despite the resentment in her heart, she diligently continued sweeping. The floor was already spotless, or rather, she had cleaned it so thoroughly that even little Bonkin had to tiptoe. And then Feroci lost her balance, tumbling to the floor. She wiped away her tears, feeling wronged. She looked utterly pitiful. Seeing this, Fred asked, Do you want to do something else? A dark thought flashed through Fred's mind. A cunning expression crept across his face. He suggested slyly, like, overnight service? Contrary to his expectations, Feroci flatly refused the offer. As soon as the words left her mouth, a resounding slap landed across her cheek. After slapping her, he sighed as if still unsatisfied. Frank returned to his previous position, but continued with his threats. You're the one who wants me to obey you, and not spread rumors. He snarled, his voice dripping with menace. If you don't want a taste of hell, then you better follow my orders. Feroci couldn't believe that the man before her was no longer the Frey she once knew. The image of Frey in her heart completely shattered. Feroci's discomfort was evident as she recalled the past. The image of a young girl holding a medicine bottle with a worried expression flashed before her eyes. Feroci returned to her contemptuous demeanor. It seems I was wrong about you. You're nothing but scum. She turned her back, resuming her work, leaving him behind. Frank was speechless. It turned out, the way he looked at her wasn't one of desperate longing, but of observation, concern for her current state of mind. All his actions had a reason, stemming from a desire to not repeat a tragic past. That's why he had to act the way he did. Night fell, and everyone fell into a deep sleep, leaving a blanket of silence behind. Frank dragged himself back to his room, his body exhausted. As soon as she saw him, Kania scolded, "Why are you so late?" Seeing Frank drunk, she guessed he'd been drinking. He mumbled in response. Kania noticed that ever since Frank's nightmare, he'd been turning to alcohol. But to him, it didn't matter, because he'd already been through it all in his past life. Frank quickly changed the subject. "Lie down, let me transfer some energy to you." It seemed the ritual had become a familiar one. Kania began unbuttoning her shirt without hesitation. But today was different. Frank looked away flustered, forgetting to tell her, "I don't need to transfer energy through your stomach." Kania seemed to misunderstand, pretending not to grasp his meaning. Unsure of what she was thinking, Frank felt embarrassed as well. "I used to be awkward too," he thought to himself, not knowing where to look. A sudden thought crossed Kanya's mind, causing her to pause for a moment. Kanya's face flushed crimson, her voice stammering as she followed his instructions. With that said, they both turned away to hide their blushing faces. After a few moments to compose themselves, he stammered as he began to cast the life-giving magic on her. Although Kania was still shy, she remained quietly obedient as Frank worked. Unable to bear it any longer, he spoke up. A sudden noise shattered the awkward silence, making her jump. Frank hesitated for a moment, then decided to ask her directly, "Did you enter my subconscious?" The image of a stuffed cat on the table, facing them both like a silent witness. Kania no longer hid it. She admitted to entering Frank's subconscious. When he was unconscious, he breathed a sigh of relief, as if a weight had been lifted, secretly rejoicing that she always helped him beyond expectations. Frank quickly reassured Kania, "Don't worry, because in my past life, I made so many mistakes. But you're different. Because to you, I am a very important person." Back in reality, Kania turned on the light. As if sensing Frank was having trouble in his sleep, Kania turned to look at him. Her eyes were filled with worry as she saw Frank shivering in his dream. She pondered, longing to share the burden of the invisible pain that was tormenting him. Just a little bit, Kania glanced at the stuffed cat on the table. Picking up the stuffed cat, a sudden idea popped into her head. That's it. I just need to infuse this stuffed cat with magic. Putting her thought into action, Kania closed her eyes and began chanting a spell. In a dream, Ray fumbled around in the pitch-black darkness, unable to see anything. He walked on unconsciously, completely lost in the strange space. Suddenly, a kitten appeared, running towards Frank. He saw a glimmer of hope in the dark night. At least he wasn't alone anymore. But the joy was fleeting. Frank happily petted the kitten and decided to find its owner. He stood up, holding the kitten in his arms, and looked around. All around was a thick fog, obscuring his vision. Not far away he saw two figures lurking. Frank stealthily approached, hid behind a wall, and realized the boy was himself as a child. The boy was holding a bottle of medicine, walking towards a girl. Looking closer, Frank recognized the girl as Pilo. Frank was extremely surprised. What was going on? He hazily realized he was in a dream. The girl took the vial, and wondered who he was. "And why are you giving this to me?" Dream Frank introduced himself and explained his reasons, but Firochi didn't believe him. She had a feeling that something was off about Frey. Firochi vaguely recalled their first encounter. It definitely wasn't here. Dream Frey hastily reassured Firochi. "It's understandable that you doubt me." The boy tried to prove he was a good person, placing the two vials before her to reassure her. With that, he stood up, whether Firochi wanted to use them or not. Seeing young Frey stand up, she started to worry. "Where are you going?" The boy pointed towards the church ahead. "You can also go to the church over there." Saying that, young Frey turned and walked away, but not forgetting to add one more thing. The people in the church were all good people, and Firochi could completely trust them. Seeing the boy about to leave, all her apprehension suddenly melted away, replaced by a sense of unease, a yearning for companionship. But the boy turned and walked away, leaving Firochi alone in her solitude. As the fog slowly dissipated, her body began to turn to stone. Witnessing that dream, it was as if the universe was sending him a cryptic signal. Recalling what had just happened to Firochi, he suddenly realized she wasn't a liar. As if some force was controlling his memories. He stood frozen in place, speechless, lost in thought about what to do next. Suddenly, the thick black fog began to thicken even more, leaving them both feeling disoriented. The strange fog was slowly enveloping him, as if leading him to some distant place. His intuition told him this was not a good omen. An image of Pyro appears, her body drenched in crimson fluid. She's bound tightly with ropes, weapons piercing her flesh, a horrifying sight. Frey's body gradually sinks into a gloomy darkness, a sense of foreboding washing over him. If he continues down this path, he won't even be able to imagine his own end, before falling into the abyss of nothingness. The sound of his name, Fry, echoes in his ears, his eyes slowly fluttering open. The familiar sound still lingers nearby, so close. "How long do you intend to sleep? Wake up this instant." The voice ends abruptly, and Fry jolts awake from his trance. The ominous voice returns, menacing and threatening. "You're finally awake." Pyro from his dream, filled with resentment, accuses him. "You, sinner, are the one who put me in this situation." As her words cease, blood erupts, staining Frey's face and clothes crimson. He couldn't understand why, out of all the memories, Kanya chose to show him this horrifying one. A blood-soaked hand slowly rose from behind him, silent and terrifying. Garen suddenly gripped Frank's shoulder, his voice ice-cold, asking him if the feeling of killing was enjoyable. Only then did Frank realize with horror that beneath his feet, a pool of blood was spreading, making him scream in terror. Frank Shandodi raised his hand to look, stammering about the source of the horrifying blood. Just then, another voice rang out, soft yet commanding. "Young master." The Kanya sisters appeared simultaneously, kneeling before him. She smiled, saying, "We have eliminated them as you wished. Are you satisfied now?" Frank couldn't take it anymore, screaming internally in despair. "Someone, please, get me out of here." More and more people surrounded him, clinging to him, as he desperately pleaded for help in vain. Seconds later, Frank's body sank back into the terrifying darkness. Kanya sensed something was wrong. She believed Frank's subconscious was in chaos, spiraling out of control. She bit into his hand, desperately trying to pull Frank back. If this continued, she feared, Frank would be completely consumed by the darkness, becoming a soulless husk. She mustered all her strength, clinging tightly to his hand, but Frank seemed to be fading into nothingness. Kanya reminded herself she was here to save Frank. She had to act, she had to do something now. But in the small body of a cat, she felt helpless. Suddenly, her grip slipped, and Frank plummeted into the void. Just as Frank's body was amidst the boundless void, a faint glimmer of light suddenly appeared. In the next moment, Frank plummeted into the depths of the ocean. White foam erupted and splashed endlessly. That sudden, blinding light had jolted him awake. Frank startled, his eyes flew open. But everything was hazy, he couldn't tell where he was. Above him was the deep blue sky, crystal clear. Below, the gentle seawater buoyed him up, providing a strangely comforting sensation, completely different from before. Just then, a voice rang out, barely audible, just in time. The voice sounded so familiar that it shook Frank to his core. Amidst his utter astonishment, the image of his mother appeared, speaking softly. "Thankfully, I managed to preserve a bit of power within your subconscious. Just in case." She looked at him tenderly and continued, "You won't be tormented by nightmares for a while. This is my final gift to you, my love." Frank was choked with emotion at seeing his mother again, even if only for a fleeting moment. She softly told Ray, "The path you've chosen is a thorny one, full of trials. Things may not always unfold as you expect, my dear. In those difficult moments, remember what truly matters to you." Then she vanished into thin air. In the blink of an eye, Frank couldn't utter a word to his mother. Tears still welled up in his eyes. Her words echoed in his ears. "Always remember what you truly want to protect, my son." The dream faded away. Kanya woke with a start, calling out for Frank. She sat up and saw him at his desk, asking worriedly, "Are you all right? That dream just now." Frank finally realized that the cat was Kanya. Reading the note in his hand, he thanked her. "It helped me feel a little better." She felt a pang of guilt. "No, I'm sorry for being so useless." Frank shakily recounted his dream of seeing his mother. "She told me that when I feel lost. Remember what you want to protect, that's all that matters." Frank suddenly felt awkward bringing this up. "Honestly, I'm really worried. If my memories have been tampered with, what can I trust anymore? Even the book of prophecy that you believe in could just be a lie." Hearing this, Kanya unexpectedly hugged Fry from behind. She softly said, "Then just believe in me." She comforted him. "You've worked harder than anyone. Even if your memories are messed up, even if all your efforts become meaningless, I will never forget how you lived your life." "That's right. From the beginning, Fry knew this was a difficult path. But I will keep going, with an unwavering resolve to protect the ones I love." He knew this wasn't the time to fall apart. Even in failure, his efforts wouldn't disappear. A few days later, the teacher's voice echoed throughout the courtyard. "We will now begin the midterm exam. All right, everyone step forward in order." Frank felt relieved that things had calmed down after the incident. Now he was ready to face Irina. He had purchased the maximum amount of mana transfer available, and proceeded to upgrade it. The system displayed, Mana Transfer Level 3, allows mana transfer to another person through physical contact. Continuous use may lead to mana depletion. Frank had trained extensively with Kanya, so he was confident it would work. Garina and Pelogi will be the first pair. Izors inquired, "All right, are you two ready?" She added a reminder, "Let me tell you up front, there's no backing out this time." Pelogi's eyes turned azure. She softly reassured, "Don't worry, I have no intention of giving up." With that, she immediately summoned her energy. Clara, on the other side, began to make her move. Her entire body glowed with a brilliant golden aura. Frank observed the unfolding battle, sensing that Clara was up to something. Looking into her sharp eyes, he was confident she couldn't possibly reach his position. Clara focused her energy, forming a blinding sphere of light. In an instant, she unleashed her attack. Feroci, with all his might, used his shield to block the powerful attack. The sphere of light collided with the shield and ricocheted in another direction. Unfortunately, it flew straight towards Ray and Kunya. Frank cursed under his breath. Damn it! Was the plan to deflect the attack this way? The speed of the sphere was too fast for him to react. The moment Frank drew his sword, Izors rushed forward, intercepting the attack for him. She glanced towards the two and said, "I believe that was just an accident, but if it was intentional, you two would be disqualified." With that, Izors sheathed her sword. Down in the arena, both lunged forward. Klana yelled, "There's no other choice. Finish this quickly." Feroci nodded in agreement. She immediately launched a powerful attack. But Klana successfully blocked the dangerous blow. She quickly seized the opportunity, calculating her counterattack. The precise counterattack landed squarely on Feroci's back. She cried out in pain, coughing up blood. Feroci collapsed to the ground. Seeing this, Israel quickly declared, "Stop, Klana wins." He continued, "The next match is between Irina and Frank." Kenya said worriedly, "Young master, please don't push yourself too hard." But he confidently replied, "It's all right. We've carefully calculated how to lose appropriately. Haven't we?" Frank slowly stepped into the arena. Seeing both of them in position, Izors asked, "Are you both ready?" Irina, holding a fireball, sneered, "Prepare to eat dirt, you scum." His attitude wasn't much better. "That's a pretty confident assessment, isn't it?" Frank immediately drew his sword, challenging him. "You won't be so arrogant for long." Inwardly, he calculated, everything was going according to plan. Showtime. A palpable killing intent radiated from both of them. Witnessing this, Israel spoke, "All right, are you two ready?" The moment the command was given, Ray immediately launched his attack. Ray surged forward. Irina also focused her energy, condensing it into a fireball. Soon after, 7 fireballs materialized around her, leaving him stunned. But it seemed the power was too great, making it impossible for Irina to control. In the flickering firelight, her pained expression was clearly visible. Frank seized the opportunity, charging forward with his sword. He quickly assessed the situation. When she pushes herself too hard, this is what happens. We need to stick to the plan. Frank focused blue light energy into his hand, then delivered a powerful punch to Irina's face, sending her crashing to the ground. Irina winced in pain. He thought that one blow was enough. Fred spoke with contempt. "You're nothing but an insect crawling on the ground." But inwardly, he thought to himself, "I'll share my magic with her." Frank suddenly grabbed Irina by the throat. She angrily shouted, "You bastard!" Irina summoned a fireball and launched it at Frank's back. Lost in his thoughts, Frank was completely unaware. The fireball hit its mark. Frank jumped up in pain. He rolled on the ground, screaming, "It burns! Damn you, woman! You damn bitch!" Seeing the tables turn, Irina immediately got to her feet, wiping the crimson blood from the corner of her lip. She channeled all her remaining strength and energy into the forming fireball. As she did, she growled, cursing Freddy, "Die!" Witnessing the enormous fireball, even Freddy felt a flicker of apprehension. Just this one blow will be enough to finish him, Freddy thought to himself. But Irina wasn't finished. It seemed she wanted to pour every last ounce of magic, every bit of her strength, into this attack. A feeling of frenzy surged, burning through her mind. Irina's entire body flushed, as if about to combust. But then, Irina's body suddenly went rigid. All her strength, all her magic, vanished like smoke. Irina collapsed to the ground, right in front of Freddy. Israel spoke, "If you can't get up in 10 seconds, Freddy wins." She held up a finger and began counting down from 10. Israel's voice rang out steadily, each number like a death knell. Freddy cursed under his breath. Just a light blow would have been enough. Why did she have to be so reckless? Why did she try to squeeze out every last drop of magic? Frank was bewildered. What do we do now? Even if Irina's magic recovers, he wouldn't be able to get up right away. Suddenly, an idea flashed in his mind. Stall for time by talking nonsense. Just as Frank was about to deliver the final blow, a strange phenomenon suddenly occurred on the ground. At his and Irina's location, a mystical azure magic circle appeared. Ray immediately recognized it as teleportation magic. He cursed under his breath, wondering what new trouble he was about to face. In a flash, a blinding light erupted, engulfing both of them. They vanished before the astonished eyes of Izoist and the students. She quickly became alert, ordering everyone to step back. Izoist spoke, her voice filled with worry. "I couldn't detect this magic until it was activated. There could be other traps. Please do not leave your positions in the crowd." Ariana looked at the paper in her hand in confusion, her face bewildered. She fearfully wondered, wasn't this a healing scroll? Meanwhile, in a dark forest, a giant rat was gnawing on something beside a human skeleton. A flash of green light sparked beside it, making it jump and cry out in terror. Then, Frank and Irina plummeted into a dense forest, through a mysterious magic circle. Frank winced, slowly opening his eyes and thinking to himself, "I thought it would work. looking at Irina, who was still unconscious on the ground. Ray was lost in thought. Irina had fainted, meaning his plan had completely failed. 7 failures, and now this unexpected incident. When it rains, it pours. Frank rushed over to check on Irina. Fortunately, she wasn't seriously injured, just unconscious. Now, Fred had time to observe his surroundings. Isn't this the dreaded gloomy forest? The place known as the home of ferocious monsters from all 6 floors of SAO's hell. He muttered, with a hero who can't use magic, and a hero who's seriously injured. Can we even survive this? This has to be the AI's fault, he thought to himself. Recalling the events of that moment, it's highly likely that Ariana witnessed the girl possessing a magic scroll. However, the fact that she assisted with a teleportation scroll is hard to believe. There must have been some kind of intervention or unexpected event. Lost in thought, he sighed despondently. We'll deal with that later, for now. Frank spoke up. Frank started to formulate a plan. First, we need to find a way out of here. How can I get her out of this monster's den? He pondered deeply. Immediately, he summoned his system inventory amidst the dense forest. Mask of Deception conceals the user's true identity from all prying eyes within a certain radius. Effect lasts until the user removes the mask. Perfectly disguises voice and appearance. After reading the information, Frank felt this item could be useful. He put on the mask, confident that no one would recognize him. Finished with his preparations, Fred called out to Irina. Hey, wake up! Can you hear me? With Fred's help, Irina was propped up. Wiping Irina's face, Fred urged, Come on, we have to get out of here. Frank warned grimly, this place is extremely dangerous. We need to find a way out fast. Irina looked around, bewildered. Where are we? Explain yourself. Frank kidnapped you with an instant teleportation scroll. Frank untied Irina and reassured her. It's all right now. Hurry. Irina trembled, anxiously asking, I don't understand any of this. Who are you? After a moment of thought, Fred decided, it seems, I need to do some introductions. Frank began seriously. I was once an intelligence officer for the Starlight family, but I fell ill and was abandoned in this forest. Facing Irina's suspicious gaze, Fred continued, when I asked Frank to retire, I was brought here in secret. In the shadows, silently and discreetly. They warned me that if I left this place, my life would be completely ruined. Hearing this, she let out a dry chuckle and replied, That's like telling him to kill himself. Frank pointed at himself and said, That's why he thought I was a ghost just now and ran away in terror. He thought I was long dead. He dropped this sword in his panic. Then, the boy pointed towards a small path and said, There's a relatively safe place to hide over there. Let's go quickly. Before Frank can gather reinforcements, Irina reluctantly agreed and told him to stay calm. However, doubt still lingered in her heart. The story seemed plausible, but there was something shady about his insistence. A sudden feeling of unease washed over Irina. It was strange that an acquaintance of Frank would help her. As a precaution, perhaps she should refuse his offer. Thinking so, she tried to remain calm, replying softly, Thank you, but I can handle this myself. Irina even patted him lightly on the shoulder, reassuring him, I may look like this, but I'm not someone to be trifled with. The young man was persistent. No, it's too dangerous. At this moment, Irina quickly calculated in her head. I only have about 10% of my magic power left, but this should be enough. Unless a mid-level or higher monster appears. As soon as she finished her thought, a gigantic bear suddenly appeared right in front of her. Irina was astonished, thinking to herself, how could a creature like this be here? This is a high-level monster, only found in the Borderlands. The ferocious bear charged straight towards Irina, faced with its sharp claws and teeth. She was frozen in place, helpless. At the very last moment, Frank suddenly appeared behind Irina. Without hesitation, he swung his sword and slayed the monster. She watched the bear collapse, her eyes wide with astonishment. Frank spoke, breaking the silence. That's why I didn't want you to go alone. Before he could finish, Irina suddenly pointed behind Frank, shouting a warning. Frank spun around and immediately recognized a pack of ferocious goblins charging towards them at terrifying speed. Frank watched them through his mask, his tongue clicking nervously. He quickly grabbed Irina's hand, while she was still stunned, unsure of what was happening. Run! Frank yelled. They both took off, fleeing from the pursuing goblin. After a desperate run, they managed to outrun them. They stopped, gasping for breath. Irina asked, her voice filled with worry. Why was a high-level monster here? Frank explained. Because this is where all sorts of monsters live. Suddenly, Irina noticed Frank's blood-soaked mask. She exclaimed worriedly, Are you alright? Frank replied, It's just my chronic illness. I pushed myself too hard. Irina reached out a hand. Your mask is soaked with blood, and you look like you're struggling to breathe. Why don't you take it off? He immediately brushed her hand away. Frank clutched the mask tightly. I don't want anyone to see my broken face. Irina blushed, rubbing her cheek. I see, she offered. Wait here. I'll go find some fruit or something for you. Believe it or not, I'm pretty familiar with places like this. He said curtly, Don't go too far. Irina smiled brightly, placing a hand on her chest as she introduced herself. Frank introduced himself as Leon. She exclaimed, Thank you for saving me, twice. He quickly replied, It was nothing. How could I just leave someone in such danger? Irina waved goodbye. I'll be back quickly with some fruit. Stay here, okay? Irina's figure slowly disappeared into the thick, gloomy fog. Watching her go, Puridu collapsed. He never thought he'd see the day. He'd be indebted to a monster, he thought to himself. He chuckled weakly, wiping away the blood trickling down his chin. I was really worried, because that hastily made excuse wasn't convincing enough. But thanks to being rescued, she's less suspicious now. Purenku leaned back against an ancient tree and opened his system. Alright, how is Irina's mission? Coming along? He stared intently at the mission board, then continued. The academy is still postponing a decision. Purenku sighed. Regarding the student, his disappearance in the middle of the test was hardly surprising. He was in a daze, his gaze fixed on the starlit night sky. He figured there probably wouldn't be any punishment, so it was best to focus on getting out of here as soon as possible. This forest was teeming with danger. Frank was absolutely certain of that. One wrong move could cost him his life. 3 days later, amidst the misty fog of the gloomy forest, Ray had promised to lead Irina to the edge of the woods. During that time, she felt incredibly anxious and uneasy. Unable to use magic, Irina was forced to rely on Frank. She knew she had to fend for herself to find food. She had to dodge terrifying monsters and keep moving. Things went relatively smoothly, and they both reached the safety of the exit area. At this moment, Irina set the fruits she had just gathered on the ground. Her heart filled with worry, wondering if Ariana was worried about her. Irina huddled closer, staring into the flickering warmth of the fire with a despondent expression. When I see him, I need to apologize. Suddenly, Frank appeared from behind, a boar slung over his shoulder, walking towards her. Irina, startled, asked, You managed to catch a boar in this condition? He replied, his voice reassuring, Don't worry, for some reason, there are fewer monsters in this area. Frank set the boar down. Irina continued to ask, But Leon, do you really have to stay here? He chopped at the boar's leg, asking back with a puzzled look, Why? Are we talking about this again? Irina placed a hand on her chest, her face filled with remorse. But you can't just stay here forever. Frank calmly turned to look at her. Anyway, my answer remains the same. I'm not going to live much longer anyway, and I'm not confident I can escape Frank. After leaving here, hearing this, Irina immediately replied with a determined tone, I'll find a way. You continue, I don't want to be a burden to you. Frank will definitely try everything to get revenge on you. In that situation, you can't worry about me. Besides, once you get used to it, life here isn't so bad. She threw her hands up in exasperation. You're so stubborn. 3 days and you haven't changed your mind at all. I give up. Fine. Well then, have some fruit while you wait for dinner to be ready. Frank nodded in agreement. Irina watched him, her gaze fixed on the pear in his hand, thinking that abandoning the man who saved her life was truly a mistake. But there had to be a reason why he did what he did. Suddenly, he was surprised as he held the fruit. It was a red dragon fruit. She was curious about the fruit with the strange name, ice dragon fruit. Frank quickly explained, I used to eat these all the time as a kid. They're delicious. Irina immediately shot him a skeptical look. She thought to herself, this fruit definitely had another name, but she didn't know it and had made one up for it. Much later, she would learn its true name. But only he and I know that name. Just then, the ground beneath them began to shake violently. Irina looked ahead, wondering, what's happening? Is it an earthquake? Frank quickly replied, "Looks like the worst has happened. The worst-case scenario has come to pass. This is where the Demon King's army disposes of countless monster corpses. It's both their dwelling and their dumping ground. Mutated monsters and failed chimera experiments. All sorts of grotesque creatures live here. Of course, I can take down most of them." Suddenly, a colossal dark golem erupted from the earth, sending surrounding trees crashing down in the ensuing tremors. In a heartbeat, this terrifying form was fully revealed. Frank continued, his tone grave, "The only thing that I can't defeat, even when facing a group of high-level monsters like a dark golem." Frank gripped the hilt of his sword, then decisively drew it from its sheath. "I can't fight it while protecting someone else." He pointed his sword towards the dark golem, a powerful aura radiating around him. "I'll buy you time. Find a way to escape." A sudden gust of wind swept through the forest. Philip looked at Irina, wondering if he was being reckless, but could he pull it off? He intently stared at the dark golem's information panel. It appeared as the final boss in the latter half of the scenario. It absorbed power from defeated enemies, and would later be subjugated by the Demon King's army. Currently, it hadn't absorbed much energy, but its fighting strength must be equivalent to an entire army. "I can't use star magic. It would reveal my identity." The golem's eyes glowed as it stared them down. Both spoke in unison, target identification complete. In its vision, their faces appeared clearly. Elimination commencing. It immediately unleashed a powerful energy blast. Luckily, Frank grabbed Irina and pushed her to the ground just in time. They both fell to the ground, just as the energy beam struck their previous position. Frank exclaimed, "There's no time, you have to run." Irina resolutely replied, "But I can't leave you with this dark golem." Preparing for the next attack, Frank continued, "I don't have much time left anyway." He placed a hand on her shoulder, comforting her. "So, I want to use these last moments to protect you. Only you can avenge me, Irina." Hearing that, Irina's heart clenched. She choked back a sob. "I think you misunderstood. Compared to that bastard, what are you wondering about?" Irina smiled softly and explained, "It's nothing. I was just talking to myself. Thank you, Leon. Even if I die, I will never forget your kindness." She hurried away. "Don't worry, I will definitely destroy that bastard." Frank closed his eyes, thinking to himself, "It seems like my acting skills are getting better and better." He observed the colossal dark golem in front of him. Elena has escaped. Frank immediately summoned his sword. It's time for a real fight. Its emergency system displayed a message. Target B has disappeared, resuming pursuit. Immediately, Frank charged towards the dark golem. He looked at it, a surge of energy swirling around its body. "I am the only worthy opponent for you." A sword flashed, swift as a meteor, slicing the dark golem's legs in two. It instantly crashed to the ground. The golem system reported an error, balance system error, searching for countermeasures. Frank observed carefully. That strike temporarily immobilized it. Now we just need to destroy its core. Suddenly, the golem's arms opened, revealing hidden cannons within. Countermeasure B, deploying magic missiles. A barrage of missiles launched towards Frank, stunning him. "Are you kidding me? Don't you know when to quit?" Frank hastily channeled all his magic into his sword. He swiftly deflected the incoming missiles. The dark golem stared at Frank from within the thick smoke and dust. He wiped the blood from his face, thinking silently as the golem continued its relentless assault. "This situation is getting incredibly dangerous. I have to destroy its core quickly." The golem announced, "Target data updating. Assessment, target threat level 1. Switching to F mode. 14Z, executing self-destruct code." Frank rushed forward in a panic. "Damn it! If it self-destructs, not just me, but Irina will be in danger too. I have to stop it." In an instant, he leaped high into the air. Frank gripped his sword tightly, facing the dark golem. In a flash, he plunged his sword into its body. Frank pushed the sword deeper, roaring with exertion. A massive purple beam of light tore through the sky. A earth-shattering explosion sent rocks and trees flying. Purple smoke slowly dissipated after the tremendous blast. He remained in his stance, gasping for breath. Suddenly, Frank's body went limp. Weak coughs escaped his lips. His mask shattered, falling to the ground. Frank gritted his teeth, rage boiling as the olam tree snapped. Useless, broken beyond repair. It's ruined. Suddenly, a jet-black crow swooped overhead, its cawing piercing the night. Frank instantly recognized it as the village's scout crow. A look of unease and worry flickered across his face. Thinking back, with all the commotion earlier at the forest entrance, it was understandable that the villagers would come to investigate. Frank thought to himself, anxiety welling up. If he were discovered here, Irina would learn his true identity. He struggled to his feet, determined to prevent that at any cost. Suddenly, Frank felt his body stiffen, stunned with surprise. What's happening to me? He let his sword fall, his eyes vacant and lifeless. A mysterious purple smoke suddenly filled the night sky. Kanya appeared in a flash, quickly catching the collapsing Frank. Frank struggled to open his eyes, focusing on the person before him. Under the dim moonlight, Kanya smiled gently. Everything's all right, young master. Leave the rest to me. Kanya smiled gently, looking at him reassuringly. It's all right now. Leave everything else to me. She worriedly embraced Fry as he collapsed into her arms from exhaustion. Fred's face was etched with fatigue. Kaya looked at him and said a car was waiting nearby. I'll get you back to the dormitory without anyone noticing. Frank's eyes were squeezed shut, but he still tried to stammer, relying on her. In the luxurious building, a sudden cry rang out. It turned out to be Kanya, who had exclaimed in surprise. Frank finally awoke after days of unconsciousness. She had been restless because he had been in a coma for 2 whole days. Fry reassured Kanya that he was fine, just a little tired. He asked her to update him on the current situation. What happened while Fry was unconscious? Kanya looked at him worriedly and sighed. She softly replied, the investigation bureau has been looking into the cause of your transportation to the forest. Turns out, the cause stems from a magic scroll. The scroll Ariana used to assist Elena. He asked in surprise, she used a magic scroll to help Elena? Kenya replied solemnly, it was supposed to be a healing scroll. But they were both teleported. Frank wondered, so this was just a freak accident? She recalled the Bureau's interrogation of Ariana and said, the investigators also believe it's highly likely that this is what happened. If Ariana's testimony is verified, then the incident will be considered an accident. Frank listened, bringing a hand to his chin thoughtfully. Could such a coincidence really occur? We can't rule out the possibility that the shop sold a counterfeit scroll. Thinking that, he ordered Kenya, immediately investigate the origin of that scroll. Standing beside him, she promptly replied, someone is already looking into it, sir. Under the flickering light, Frank anxiously inquired about Elena's condition. Kenya replied, she was found in a remote village recently, and has now returned to the academy. He clenched his fists, placing them on the edge of the bed. A pensive look in his eyes, he said, everything went too smoothly. It's as if it was all orchestrated for her safe escape. Frank suddenly remembered something and asked, what about the result of the match with her? Kenya lowered her head and softly replied, the results announced yesterday declared you the winner. He clenched his fist, hesitantly saying, so this is how it turned out. If I had lost, things would have been simpler. Frank pondered, wondering if he should be relieved he avoided punishment. Suddenly, the system displayed a notification. He continued to contemplate. This is a difficult task, but not impossible. Frank pondered thoughtfully. There was still time. After recovering, he could find a solution. Soon after, he expressed his gratitude to Kenya, saying that without her, Fly wouldn't have been able to grasp the situation. She gave birth to Kenya so she could rest for a bit. Mid-sentence, she suddenly took his hand, hesitantly confessing, actually, there's something I haven't told you. But it seemed Kenya was afraid of something and quickly withdrew her hand. Finally, she confessed to Ray, the reason I found your location so quickly was thanks to the Duke. His eyes widened in surprise. He looked at her suspiciously. Your father. But isn't he traveling with Ariana? Frank was stunned as Kenya continued. As soon as he heard about the incident, he immediately went to the magic tower to investigate. He wanted to know where the magic scroll led. Although he found the answer without any obstacles, on his way back, he suddenly collapsed from the stress. And he's still in a coma. Frank's face fell. He asked her, can I lean on your shoulder for a moment? Ariana blushed crimson, speechless and flustered. But then, she closed her eyes, composing herself for a moment. Mike spoke for her, allowing Frey to rest his head on her shoulder. A few days later, on the weekend, Kenya, worried, sent a message to Frank. She urged him to wait until he was fully recovered before returning. It wasn't too late. She gently helped him into his jacket, listening intently. Frank said firmly, "I can't rest easy while my father is still in a coma." "All right, I wasn't planning to stay here long anyway. I have to prepare for the main mission." Kenya spoke up, confirming that she understood. Frank's eyes widened in surprise when Kenya added, "Elena is waiting for you outside." Without another word, he immediately asked for her to be let in. She agreed to the request. With that, Kenya quickly rushed to open the door while Frank waited. Irina was met with his questioning the moment she stepped inside. "You were rescued by Leon, weren't you?" She remained silent, a blush creeping across her face, avoiding eye contact. Irina berated herself, considering herself a complete failure. Suddenly, she dropped to one knee and spoke, "I lost the battle, so I will fully honor my promise." Frank remained calm, a stark contrast to Irina's inner turmoil. Irina pleaded with Frank to release Ariana. Frank said nothing, only raising a hand in silence, lost in thought. He initially thought she came for revenge for the incident in the forest, but unexpectedly she came to negotiate directly. The person involved in the incident, Frank was still deep in thought when he suddenly ordered his men to prepare the carriage. She bowed her head in obedience. Frank pulled out a skull-shaped pendant, emitting a crimson glow, filled with an eerie aura. A sinister smile spread across his face as he asked, "Why should I? How dare you? You're my slave." Irina looked up, her eyes filled with fear. Finally, she decided to obey Frank's every command. The young man beside her silently accepted her decision. Frank lowered his head, his face darkening, and asked, "Well then, should we continue what we started in the forest?" Tears streamed down Irina's face, but she still told the young man, "Do as you please, do whatever you want." Suddenly, a sound echoed through the space. Fred clicked his tongue in annoyance, his lips pressed tightly together in frustration. Irina remained seated. Fred turned to leave, but still dropped a line, "I have no interest in someone so obedient." Suddenly, the system displayed a notification, 300 points, empty threat. Empty threat. Frank turned back, fury burning in his eyes. He pointed at Irina, then ordered her to clean up. "Once I've finished cleaning up this mess, I'll decide what to do with you." Having just agreed, Irina couldn't hide the fear on her face. Frank slammed the door shut. The loud noise made Irina inside instinctively clench her fists, her heart filled with anxiety. Now, Irina was alone in the empty, silent room. Outside, Kenya rushed over and asked Frank, "What is she doing here?" "Tell her to get in the carriage. We'll talk on the way." Irina agreed and stepped into the carriage. The driver cracked his whip against the horses' backs, urging them forward. Inside the carriage, Frank rested his chin on his hand, his expression calm, recounting how Irina wanted him to release Ariana. "How troublesome. But I will release her after we return. There are many ways to beg for leniency or offer a bribe." He asked Kenya about her condition. "How are you feeling? You used dark magic in the forest, didn't you?" Kenya reassured herself and replied, "It wasn't a powerful spell, so it didn't drain much of my life force." Frank continued, "Right now, you are my only source of power. Thanks to you, I can find a smile in this cruel world." He held her hand tightly, hesitatingly speaking. "But I've realized something after this incident. From now on, I want to truly rely on your strength." Kenya blushed, shyly replying, "That's a given. My life belongs to you." Frank replied, "Not like this. If you risk your life to help me, everything will become meaningless. If I lose consciousness again or get teleported away, I need you to act. So, please protect yourself." Kenya replied, "In other words, there's no way for me to directly support you?" Frank, working on a screen, said, "Not exactly." Suddenly, a vial appeared. He said seriously, "This item and your sister will definitely be a huge help." In a magnificent, opulent palace, Abraham remained in a deep coma. Frank gripped his hand, silently praying, "When this is all over, I will return." An unreadable coldness settled over his face. A strange noise suddenly echoed from outside the door. Katia hesitated. "Leaving him like this? Is it all right, young master?" Frank replied with indifference. "Staying longer won't do any good." He continued, "Right now, everyone sees me as an ungrateful fool. Lingering here will only draw unwanted attention." Katia still wanted to say something, but Frank cut her off. "It's fine. He's not in any mortal danger. Once I complete my mission, everything will go back to normal." Frank said nothing more, turning to walk towards his sister's room. As he walked, Frank wondered what she was doing. Kadia replied, "I've used a sleeping spell on the little Mississippi. We can't have her making a fuss." When the young master was brought in, Frank, after hearing what happened, understood the situation and asked the nurse to stay in the waiting room. He carefully peeked inside. Stepping closer, Frank looked at Kadia in astonishment. She's the spitting image of Kanya, but their innate abilities are completely opposite. With that, Fred took out an elixir capable of awakening hidden potential, hoping to unlock the dormant power within Kadia. Unlike Kanya, who has to expend her own life force to use magic, Kadia possesses a unique power, the ability to harmonize and control dark magic. Moreover, she can even manipulate the dark magic of others. That alone would be a tremendous help to Kanya. Frank gave Kadia the elixir, lost in thought. Because she's still young, only a small fraction of her power has been awakened. This elixir will help unlock the hidden potential within her. After a moment of contemplation, Frank had Kadia drink the entire elixir. Frank smiled, amused watching the girl lying there. He was estimating the elixir would take effect in about half a day, when suddenly a shout rang out. "What do you think you're doing to Kadia?" And a sneak attack at that. Unexpectedly, Frank, who was grinning, was suddenly attacked. He couldn't react in time and was slammed against the wall. Arian, unconcerned, continued to demand answers. "What did you just give Kadia to drink? Was it an aphrodisiac?" Frank only then realized that the person who attacked him was Arian. Tears streaming down her face, she scolded him. "Who gave you permission to call me by my first name? You're despicable. It's all your fault. Father just fell seriously ill. And yet all you can think about are vile things?" Frank felt incredibly ashamed after hearing her accusations. He berated himself. It had been so long since he'd seen his sister, yet he hadn't even asked her a single question. Besides humiliating her, I have no other choice. Thinking that, Frank roughly pushed Arian off of him. He coldly said, "Don't blame me for your father suddenly collapsing. Besides, what's wrong with touching what belongs to me?" Despite her fear, Arian tried to resist. "Kadia is not an object, you bastard." Frank just scoffed at her words. "Since your father is dead, I am the head of the Style family. Whether it's this house, that girl, or you, everything is in the palm of my hand. I can do whatever I want. Get lost if you understand. My fun has just begun." Despite his words, Arian stubbornly tried to stop him. Tears streaming down her face, the girl pleaded with Frank to stop. Arian cried and begged, "Please, go back to being the good person you used to be." But Frank cruelly shoved her to the ground. He clicked his tongue in disgust. "You're ruining my mood. I'll spare you for today. Your crying is truly pathetic. From now on, it's best if I don't see your face again." As the door slammed shut, the system immediately announced, 300 cruelty points awarded for heartless behavior, even towards a family member. Arian burst into tears, utterly bewildered. "Brother, what has happened to you? The brother who was always warm and kind to everyone, why have you become so cold?" Sitting outside the door, Frank heard his sister's heartbroken cries, and could only clench his teeth, bearing the pain in his heart. After all, he had only inhabited this identity for a short time. Lying in bed, Frank tormented himself for his cruelty towards his family, causing such deep and negative effects. But he still had to remind himself to suppress all emotions. He had to abandon all personal feelings, because anyone who cared for him in the upcoming event would suffer the consequences. Moments later, a gentle knock from Kania echoed from outside. She entered to deliver her report. With a simple yet remarkably effective procedure, the results were clearly evident. Before, my dark magic flowed uncontrollably, but thanks to this treatment, I can now draw out the precise amount of energy I need. Now, complex tasks like creating duplicates have become much easier. Ray couldn't hide his satisfaction. "Excellent. This will help me conceal my true identity. In the future, infiltrating the subconscious of the commoners in the dormitory, or when we return, will be much smoother. And reinforcing the protection around them as well. That way, we can fully dedicate ourselves to the main mission. Elena is likely to comply with my request, and I have a firm grasp on their weaknesses. Unless something unexpected happens, then we can complete the mission smoothly." Speaking of this special event, I suddenly remember that Sirena hasn't returned from her journey to Asao. Meanwhile, in a location west of the continent, Sirena's subordinate was curious about the object in her hand, but she just smiled mysteriously, without saying a word. The subordinate remarked, "They look like strange characters, similar to the worms we've encountered before." Suddenly, someone announced, "We're arriving at the ruins of the hero from 1,000 years ago." "Is that so?" Sirena replied with a smile. "Since time is short, we'll have to take a shortcut." On the paper, there was a line, "Being a hero is truly arduous, but I believe my descendants will face even greater hardships. And hey, there are no chickens in this world anymore. How depressing." Sirena's face lit up with anticipation as she asked, "Fred is currently carrying out his first mission, right? When I return with all my memories, I'm curious to see what face you'll show." The scene shifts to a magnificent, imposing mansion. The building boasts a classic, stately architectural style. It stands out with its numerous windows and soaring towers. Kanya respectfully opens the door of the classic carriage, inviting Frank to step inside. Above, Arian stands silently behind a window, watching their figures disappear. Her eyes reflect a melancholic sadness, mixed with a lingering regret. Arian lets the curtain fall, turns, and walks away, her small figure fading into silence. Back with Kanya, she quickly closes the carriage door. "Well then, let's be off." Just as they are about to depart, Kanya anxiously asks Frank, "Young master, are you sure you don't want to see Miss Arian one last time?" Frank coldly replies, his tone resolute, "There's no need. Seeing each other will only bring more pain." Seeing the determination in Frank's eyes, Kanya wants to say something more but stops herself. Moments later, the carriage starts moving, leaving the mansion behind. Kanya changes the subject. "Oh right. Could you tell me more about the first mission?" "No," she looked at him and added, "I want to understand better, to see if there's anything I can do to help." Frank pondered for a moment, then nodded. "All right, if I tell you, then you'll be able to act. If I'm incapacitated." He didn't hesitate, getting straight to the point. "The first major mission is to apprehend the culprit behind the attack on the civilian dormitory." Frank then elaborated on the plan. "If I fail against Irina, I'll become the prime suspect." The system displayed the main mission objective: confront Irina Filias in the midterm exam, and win. The reward is a lifespan recharge. This mission doesn't affect the main storyline, so there won't be any penalties, even if it's skipped. He spoke with a confident tone. "I can easily complete this mission. Just commit the crime myself and then turn myself in." Frank intently watched the screen, his gaze unwavering. At the same time, he offered his own conjecture. "As long as I catch the culprit, everything will go smoothly. Even if I get caught again, I can just bribe my way out." The system suddenly sent a notification. 1. Become the mastermind. Avoid direct confrontation and manipulate other villains to do your bidding. 2. Defeat Irina and claim the reward. Difficulty high, due to the unknown parties involved in the attack. Frank became helpless, sighing in frustration. "But since that plan failed, I can't figure out who the culprit is anymore." Hearing that, Kania didn't hesitate to share her thoughts. "Even so, wouldn't it be easier if the young master handled everything himself? Why did you dismiss that idea immediately?" "If I did that, it's very likely another mastermind would appear." She nodded in understanding. "I see. What a complex system." With that, Fred began outlining the first step of his plan. "We must be very cautious. First, let's investigate if there are any devils lurking around the dormitory." Kenya asked suspiciously, "Devils? You don't mean nobles, do you?" He calmly gazed at the scenery outside the window and replied, "That's also a possibility. But this is an opportune moment for the devils to invade the empire." Given the chaotic state of the country, Ray couldn't help but acknowledge, currently, the empire is severely weakened. He added, "We're in a situation where the commoners' resentment towards the nobles' oppression could erupt at any moment." Fred then offered his prediction. Just one small act, like the nobles suddenly attacking the commoners' dormitory, would be enough to spark a large-scale riot across the empire. Kenya immediately grasped the issue. "So the demons plan to exploit this weakness to overthrow the empire?" she wondered. He smiled, confirming the accuracy of her prediction. He also added that, even if the Demon King's faction failed, they would have further actions. She nodded, indicating her understanding. "Then first," she said, We must find a way to detect the demons hiding in human form. Fred's voice was full of confidence. There's no need to worry about that, he assured her. As long as I can acquire that item. His eyes sharpened, his face resolute. This problem will be easily solved. In a dark alley within the Empire, Fred and Kanya were cloaked in black. To avoid attracting attention, he clutched the bag in his hand and spoke to the object inside. Our preparations are complete. Kanya looked at the item in Frey's hand, skepticism evident on her face. Does this demon detector really work? Frey quickly addressed Kanya's doubt. It will work on all demons, except for the Demon King or high-ranking demons. Frey continued to explain their advantage. But we can still detect high-ranking demons through the system window, so that's not a problem. Hearing this, Kanya breathed a sigh of relief. So it will be useful sometimes. Frey nodded in agreement with Kanya. Normally, the system is the source of trouble, but in situations like this, it's quite helpful. Frey took the opportunity to ask Kanya, have you started investigating Serena yet? Kanya quickly replied, yes, I've been gathering information from every nook and cranny of the slums, and I was even planning to deploy shadow puppets to search. Honestly, I'm not very confident if she truly wants to hide. Hearing this, he could only sigh in despair. Indeed, with our limited capabilities, I'm afraid finding her will be incredibly difficult. Just then, her image suddenly appeared vividly in Fred's mind. Regardless, she is the heir to the prestigious Moonlight family, a family specializing in secret intelligence missions and assassinations for the Empire. Afterward, the two continued moving to the next location. Suddenly, his gaze was drawn to something. We have no choice but to try our best. Frey's eyes widened in shock. At the sight of frail, emaciated children huddled together on a thin blanket, huddled together on the cold, hard floor. One of them moaned continuously from gnawing hunger. A girl beside him patted his back, comforting him. Try to bear it. We don't have a single penny left. Fred looked at the pitiful children in dismay, thinking to himself, weren't these children lured and kidnapped by the Demon Queen? The boy clutched the thin blanket tightly, and regretfully exclaimed, the money the mayor gave us, we should have used it more wisely. The girl replied, don't be silly. If we had hidden it, the adults would have stolen it all. Hearing this, Fred felt his limbs freeze. He hung his head, blaming himself. It seems I was too naive. I thought that just giving the children some spare change would be enough to help them. Just then, Frank resolutely declared, I can't let this continue. We need to establish an orphanage. Kanya suddenly became flustered. Where are you going now? Frey's face took on the serious expression of a true hero. I can't ignore this. I'm not short on money. Seeing Frey's determination, Kanya urgently tried to stop him. You can't do that. If you do that and reveal your identity, what will happen to us? Frey suddenly took out an object and handed it to her. Kanya looked confused. Without hesitation, Frey explained, this is the reward for defeating Irina. I received this lifespan measuring device. As you can see, I only have about 4 or 5 years left. Frey confided in Kanya. I want to do as much good as I can while I'm still alive. If I can help others the way I helped you, then I'll feel like my guilt has been lessened somewhat. Hearing this, Kanya looked down, defeated. He said it like that. She then reluctantly accepted Frank's wish. This is so unfair. Seeing that she couldn't convince him, Kanya had to agree. I understand. Then we'll build it under my name. With that, she approached the children and offered them a loaf of bread. Kanya looked at the children, offering a gentle smile. Seeing the food, they became incredibly excited. Bread! Frank stood behind them, smiling with satisfaction. From now on, their lives will be better, won't they? Frank then lowered his head, pondering his next move. I have to attend the ball at the Imperial Palace, in my father's place. But at that thought, his expression relaxed. Since I have a fiancé, I can freely refuse anyone who approaches me. Back to Kanya. Lamia, Klana's mother, relentlessly tried to persuade her daughter, desperately attempting to draw her into her scheme. You understand the current situation, don't you? If the Moonlight family unites with the bloodline of the hero, they will become a formidable force, a major threat to the royal family. Am I right? However, Klana remained indifferent and apathetic. Her face clearly showed boredom and exhaustion. Finally, she said something that makes sense. Klana thought to herself, "But I know. She's only after our family's vast fortune." Feeling she had said all that needed to be said, Lamia hurriedly left. Before leaving, she didn't forget to turn back and emphasize once more, "In short, listen to your mother and marry Freddy." Lamia turned back to look at Klana, her eyes sharp. She issued a threat. "If you don't do as I say, I will sell you off in marriage. Be prepared." With that, she turned and walked away without hesitation, leaving Klana alone in the empty room. Klana, in a fit of anger and despair, ripped her dress apart. Her body trembled with rage. Absolutely unacceptable. Garina clenched her fists, tears streaming down her cheeks. But those tears couldn't mask the seething hatred within her. "I'd rather die than marry that despicable bastard." The scene shifts to a magnificent, imposing castle with extravagant and opulent architecture. Frank gripped his demon detector, his voice low and disappointed. "Today, we came up empty again." Kenya stood beside him, asking curiously, "If it's just a patrol around the area, I could have gone alone." His demeanor exuded calmness and indifference. "It's all right. I'm free right now anyway. Besides, I feel more at ease with you by my side." Hearing that, Kenya's cheeks flushed crimson. She looked away, flustered and embarrassed. "Well, that's good. By the way, I have something for you." Kenya quickly pulled out a letter. Frank asked suspiciously, "Is this about next week's ball?" She nodded slightly in confirmation. "Yes, you must attend in your father's place." He took the letter and opened it. "Let's see," he murmured. "The Emperor of the Empire requests Freya Starlight, the current betrothed, and in this letter proposes a replacement betrothal with Klana Solar Sunrise." His expression became incredibly perplexed, even a little panicked and worried. Fred seemed to freeze entirely. Based on the second covenant? Between the first queen and the former hero? Kenya beside him was equally startled. Why so suddenly? He rubbed his temples. Dejectedly, he hung his head. "The second covenant. I think I read about it in the Book of Prophecies." Frank rubbed his forehead wearily. "I think it has something to do with the love story of our ancestors. Me and the Queen. First." Suddenly, a group of female students rushed in from somewhere. They squealed excitedly, "Sir Frank!" The girls quickly surrounded him. They eagerly expressed their desires. "I heard you're looking for a dance partner for the upcoming ball." "For the upcoming ball? I believe I would be the perfect match for you." Frank awkwardly tried to stop the girls from pushing and shoving. Frank felt helpless. It seemed they had heard the rumor about the broken engagement somewhere, and immediately rushed over. "Please stop spreading false rumors." Just then, Kenya intervened, separating the group of girls. The girls glared at her angrily. Kenya crossed her arms, showing a firm stance. "Everyone, please step back. The young master already has a fiancé." Then she pulled out a letter as proof. "This is the Queen's decree. Your objections are futile." Defeated, they turned and walked away. However, resentment simmered within the group of female students. "Just you wait. I will definitely marry Fry." At Kenya's bold declaration, her friend offered a word of caution. "If this rumor spreads and attracts attention, won't it be troublesome?" She quickly retorted, "The real trouble is your engagement to Clara." Kenya's gaze fell, a worried expression flitting across her face. "Clara is always trying to harm you, relentlessly. If you two run into each other more often." Unlike Kenya, Fry seemed strangely calm. "Actually, this situation is quite advantageous for me. I'm looking for a way to avoid Ciarina when she returns." Hearing this, Kenya gave a slight nod in agreement. Indeed, constantly avoiding her would be impossible, especially since she's his fiancé. Frank gave a knowing smile, his eyes gleaming with satisfaction. He placed his hand on his chin, seemingly pondering something. "Therefore, I'll use this opportunity to create some distance between us." The Academy Library, a magnificent and imposing building, with classical architecture blended with modern touches. Inside the library, Clara stared intently at a book, frustration evident on her face. "There's no useful information in this book at all." She placed the book back on the shelf, and a daring idea suddenly struck her. It seems there's no other choice but to go to the secret library in the Imperial Palace. Clara hurriedly left the library, her face filled with anxiety. "I can't go there without Father's permission. What am I supposed to do?" I need to investigate the ancient pact, the foundation upon which this engagement was signed. A millennium ago, when the Demon King appeared and the first queen, Karina's ancestor, established this empire with the vital support of two powerful clans. The Starlight clan, whose valiant warriors defeated the Demon King and earned the fervent support of the masses, and the Moonlight clan, who always silently carried out secret dark missions in the shadows, protecting the empire's peace. To reward their immense contributions, the queen granted both clans special privileges, placing them above the law. From then on, not even the queen could interfere with any of their decisions. Lost in thought, Karina pondered the mysteries behind the pact but found no answers. The master-servant relationship exists in name only. For the past millennium, the royal family has proposed cooperation with the two families. And yet now, suddenly, there's an order to annul the engagement. Karina's face darkened. She pondered, lost in thought. If only there were a way to make this happen. Just then, Franklin's voice rang out. What are you thinking so deeply about, my future wife? Hearing the familiar voice, Karina startled and turned to look at Franklin. Immediately after, her expression quickly shifted to one of wariness. You have too much free time, don't you? Enough time to tease me? Hearing this, Franklin became even more amused. He continued to tease Karina. Don't look at me like that. We'll be living together in the future. Annoyed, she turned to leave. It seems you have nothing important to discuss. I'm leaving before she changes her mind. Frank quickly stopped her. I came all this way just to see you. Couldn't you be a little more friendly? With that, he got straight to the point. We both are caught up in the love feud of our ancestors from millennia ago. Karina looked at Frank with suspicion. You know about the Second Covenant? He replied nonchalantly. Of course, it's recorded in our ancient archives. Frank pulled out a piece of paper and added, the story of the first queen falling in love with the previous hero is common knowledge. And, according to the records, that queen lost her throne, so she made a covenant to ensure her descendants wouldn't suffer the same fate. Faced with completely unexpected information, Karina exclaimed in outrage, this is ridiculous. However, Frank had no intention of explaining further. He simply replied with a smug look, tough luck. He then tossed the paper towards her. That's all we know. The rest is encrypted. Frank waved goodbye and casually walked away. Goodbye. See you at the party. Just then, Karina angrily questioned, are you okay with being forced to marry me? Frank's footsteps abruptly stopped. He calmly replied to her question. It's just a political marriage anyway, so it doesn't matter if the partner changes. At this point, a subtle smirk played on his lips. But on second thought, compared to the mistress of Moonlight, marrying someone powerless like you, Frank's gaze turned cold and sharp. He frankly expressed his opinion. Wouldn't everything be easier if everything that needed to be said was said? Frank quickly left. Don't worry, if you obediently comply, I will grant you a certain degree of freedom. Realizing she couldn't change the situation, Karina could only lower her head in defeat. But at this moment, she was also harboring her own schemes. I've given her the hint. The rest, she's smart enough to figure out on her own. Interested parties have the right to reject this promise, without it being mentioned in the invitation. Frank was confident in his assumption. She will certainly seize the opportunity to refuse this marriage. Meanwhile, within a dark and gloomy forest, the figure of an old woman with a cane was slowly walking on the ground. She trudged towards a house deep within the dense woods. Noticing someone open the door and enter, Serena exclaimed excitedly, "Oh my!" She covered her mouth, a sarcastic smile playing on her lips. "Welcome, old witch." The woman slowly removed her hood, her sharp gaze fixed on Serena. "The one who dares to call the Tower Master of the Sunrise Empire's magic tower an old woman, a witch, could only be you, Serena." She stared intently. "Daughter of the Moonlight family." However, Serena continued to casually enjoy her pastry. She delicately brought a strawberry to her lips, then offered a knowing smile. "But I prefer that, rather than Tower Master of the Magic Tower. Don't you agree?" Hearing this, the woman swallowed her anger and sat down. "Get to the point. I don't have time for pleasantries." Serena didn't hesitate, getting straight to the main issue. "Just a small matter." Then, she revealed her wish. I want you to erase my memories. Upon hearing this, the woman startled, her eyes widening in surprise as she looked at Serena, and then, she slowly took a sip of hot tea, a wry smile playing on her lips. Even those who haven't experienced bloodshed or shed a single tear have memories they wish to bury. So what memories do you want to erase? Serena frankly expressed her desire, her voice strangely calm. Not a specific memory. I want to erase all memories from the past month. The woman's eyes widened in astonishment, disbelief evident on her face. Faced with this outrageous request, the woman let out a loud cry. That's absurd. What is your purpose? If you erase that many memories, your body won't be able to handle it. Despite this, she firmly stood her ground. This is of utmost importance to me. Serena then confessed her true intentions. I'm close to uncovering the hero's true identity. I can't continue living with this uncertainty. Faced with this revelation, the woman became even more bewildered. What do you mean? Instead of answering the woman's question, she continued speaking. There's one more thing. A daring thought suddenly struck Serena. I need you to use your magic to ensure my people's absolute obedience. The woman was stunned. What are you saying? A sharp glint flashed in her eyes. A sinister expression spread across her face. The one who must obey is Phrygian Starlight. Serena declared bluntly. If you refuse, I will kill him at the party. The scene shifted to a magnificent castle, with magnificent and imposing architecture, strongly reminiscent of classic European style. The maid's voice was filled with excitement and joy. Princess, you look so beautiful and elegant in this dress. Karina donned the stunning, regal gown. She gazed dreamily at her reflection in the mirror. The maid gave 2 thumbs up, expressing her admiration and praise. Then, I'll excuse myself. The door behind Karina closed quickly and silently. She placed her hand on her forehead, her face etched with fatigue and stress. Karina sighed deeply, helplessness evident on her face. Only 6 hours left. Karina stared despondently at the stack of books on the table. She felt the immense pressure to decipher the mystery. Within the remaining limited time, suddenly, a scream pierced the air. A cat. Karina instinctively darted her eyes around. Where did it come from? The cat appeared with a book in its mouth. It meowed repeatedly, as if trying to signal something. Just as she suspected, her gaze quickly settled on a worn, old book. Clara quickly bent down, picking up the book carefully. She slowly turned each page, her eyes focused intently. Clara's eyes suddenly widened, her face filled with astonishment. Her mouth parted slightly as if she couldn't believe what she was reading. At that moment, the door slowly opened, blinding light flooding the room. The announcer enthusiastically introduced the acting head of the prestigious Starlight family. He boomed excitedly, Purian Starlight, please welcome him. The moment Purian entered, he captivated the attention of everyone around. Noticing the glasses of wine on the table, he casually picked one up. Then Purian asked Kanya, you gave that item to her, right? She nodded in confirmation. Yes, I gave it to Clara. Hearing that, Purian breathed a sigh of relief. The engagement with the Moonlight family has been broken off, and the proposal to Clara will surely be withdrawn as well. Contrary to Frank's confidence, Kanya seemed hesitant and worried. I don't think you should be so sure, Kanya said. Frank's sharp eyes gleamed with determination. No, I'm absolutely certain, he asserted. Frank looked towards Kola. Klana is likely Kalana. We've provided all the necessary information, he stated. That's enough evidence for her. This time, he decided to put his complete trust in her. And if there's any trouble, I can always deny it myself. Kenya stood beside him, a look of skepticism on his face. So all that's left is the agreement with the queen, right? Frank nodded in agreement. That shouldn't be too difficult. Before he could finish his sentence, Isabel suddenly appeared, a flustered expression on her face. She softly called out, Mr. Frank. Isabel offered a slight smile, her eyes hinting at a secret. She gently stroked her hair, her voice suggestive. Could I borrow you for a moment? Seeing Isabel, Frank was a little taken aback. Suddenly, a memory flashed through his mind. Wasn't she the one who bullied Irina? Despite this, Frank maintained a polite demeanor. What do you need? She shook her head in refusal. It's nothing. I just feel sorry for Lord Fry. Faced with Isul's blunt, even rude remarks, Frey's face was a mask of disbelief and pity. Pity me? Isul just scoffed contemptuously. With a defiant glare, she turned to Karina, then delivered a sarcastic remark. Amongst so many refined ladies, daughters of prestigious noble lineages, you are forced to marry the most stubborn and headstrong woman. Isul continued to scorn and mock Karina. Furthermore, Princess Karina is a princess in name only, a mere title. She is even inferior to a common noble from a remote countryside. Her only redeeming quality is her mediocre beauty. Hearing that, Fred abruptly interrupted Isul. You should watch your words. Someone might be eavesdropping. Isul's eyes turned icy, and a knowing smile crept onto her lips. What a pity. She looked directly at Fred, then said sarcastically, if I were the daughter of a count, then we can finally give her the wealth and power she deserves. Isabella's expression immediately changed. She offered a graceful smile and bowed slightly to Fred. Well then, enjoy your time and relax. Watching Isabella's retreating figure, Kanya's face contorted with disgust. Who would have thought there'd be such a strange woman like her? Frank lifted his glass, taking a slow, small sip. Perhaps she feels uncomfortable. Confusion was evident on Kanya's face. Even if she does, it won't change anything. Suddenly, Frank turned and walked away. It's time for my appointment. I'll be going now. Kanya quickly snatched the glass from his hand. At the same time, she decided to put her faith in Frank. Yes, I hope everything goes well. Frank and Kanya then brushed past each other without a word. Kanya, furious, downed her drink in one large gulp and glared at Frank. Moments later, a servant led Frank to a room. The servant bowed respectfully. Her Majesty will be here shortly. Please wait here. Frank looked around the lavish room in bewilderment. The room exuded a surprisingly feminine aura. Did an AI decorate this place? The servant quickly replied, No, Your Grace, Her Majesty decorated it herself. Frank's face flushed with embarrassment. Sweat beading on his brow, Frank stammered, Her Majesty certainly has unique, refined taste. Just then, Lamia entered. She greeted him politely. Thank you for waiting, Duke Frank. Lamia's gaze lingered on Frank, her face contorted with disdain. How does it feel to be a member of the royal family? Lamia slowly sat down opposite Frank. She continued, No AI can stand in your way now. Frank forced a smile. It's wonderful. Does the Moonlight family have any objections? At that question, Lamia's expression suddenly changed. However, she managed to respond. No, we've expressed our sincerity in the most genuine way. Hearing that, a terrifying thought suddenly flashed through Frank's mind. Did they use money to resolve the SAO situation? If it was that old Moonlight geezer messing with him in his past life, it wouldn't be so surprising. As he knew, 1,000 years ago, there might have been a rebellion against the royal family, but now only money could make them act. Frank felt helpless when he thought about Serena. Even the arranged marriage between him and their daughter was solely for financial gain. He then tried to compose his expression, maintaining as calm a demeanor as possible. Well, that's great then. Honestly, I was quite hesitant. I'm about to become a person of nobility. I must show my sincerity. Lamia covered her mouth with her hand, a sly smile slowly spreading across her lips. Suddenly, Lamia burst into laughter, her face alight with excitement. It seems Duke Fred is quite adept at grasping the situation. He responded humbly, It was just a small matter. With that, Frey took out a document and placed it on the table. Please take a look. This is the donation being offered. In exchange for royal status. She carefully read each word. Lamia's eyes widened, filled with avarice. 6 million gold coins, double the fee. Seeing this, Fred quickly made his proposal. If there are no issues with the contract, please sign here. When faced with the lure of money, Lamia became unusually hasty. She happily nodded in agreement. I don't want any trouble later on either. However, Lamia's gaze suddenly stopped at a particular clause. Wait, what is this? She read aloud, her face a mask of confusion, unsure of what was happening. Freya Starlight will be immune from all charges, except for treason. Seeing this, he spoke up to explain. After the wedding, I intend to do some unsavory tasks for the crown. For example, dealing with His Majesty's political rivals, and acquiring funds. In exchange for such dangerous work, I would require the crown's protection. Frank offered a cryptic smile. Wouldn't you agree that the crown needs at least one person to handle such matters? Lamia's expression shifted at his words. She stared intently at him, Unexpected. Those are precisely the words I long to hear. Frank rose to his feet, preparing to leave. He placed a hand over his heart and bowed his head respectfully. It would be my greatest honor to serve in that capacity. Suddenly, she spoke, her voice a steady monotone. Lamia pointed to a small line of text in the thick contract. There's a rather vague clause here, she remarked. If this engagement is broken without fault on the part of Fry on Starlight, then the entire donation will be considered null and void. At Lamia's suspicion, Fry quickly fabricated an explanation. I don't think that will happen, but it's just there as a precaution, he said. Lamia burst out laughing, her laughter echoing through the room. You're quite cautious, Duke Fry. Lamia then looked at the contract with a satisfied expression. As long as we're in agreement, this contract will be as solid as a rock. Karina won't be able to object to this clause. The corners of Frey's lips curled up slightly. Everything seemed to be going according to his plan. Fry replied cheerfully, his tone light. Then why should you be so worried? He continued to reassure her. Actually, it's just a precautionary measure. Lamia felt much more at ease. She enthusiastically followed Frey's words. Don't worry, we'll ensure the donation is handled flawlessly. With everything arranged, he turned and walked away. Of course, this was to be expected. If you'll excuse me, Lord Lamia, allow me to see you out. And please, tell Theo. I'll sign the document immediately and send it back to him. The door swiftly closed. Frank stepped outside, a dazed look on his face. A nation ruled by those blinded by greed is destined for ruin. Then, a satisfied smile spread across his face. At least everything was settled. In this situation, playing the villain would be a bit easier. Just then, Clana approached Frank. Her voice was icy as she spoke. It seems you've finished your discussion. Karina kept emphasizing the agreement. That concerns me. Startled by her sudden appearance, Frank was momentarily flustered, wondering why she was here. Faced with Clana's sharp sarcasm, he quickly defended himself. What is she talking about? We were just discussing strengthening the nation. Hearing this, her face darkened, her eyes flashing with anger in the shadows. Clana looked at Frank with cold contempt. How ridiculous! You only seek to satisfy your own selfish desires, nothing more. She then stepped closer to him. Clana warned him, her voice icy. Jean, you better come to your senses. Standing before Frank, she declared firmly, you will not get your way. With that, Clana walked past him with an indifferent, cold expression. Witnessing her attitude, a triumphant smile bloomed in Frank's heart. It seemed she had found a way to refuse the engagement. Frank's face was filled with satisfaction and a hint of excitement. It seemed everything was going according to plan. I'll have a front row seat. To enjoy her mischief, the mystical moonlight blended with the shimmering starry sky, creating a dreamy beauty that enveloped the magnificent castle. Melodious music echoed, keeping pace with the graceful, elegant dance steps of the guests in the grand ballroom. Kaya stood behind, quietly glancing at Fred, who was intently examining the papers in his hand. After carefully studying the contents, he calmly stated, the Queen has formally stamped it, so no one will doubt that we're impersonating the villains. Finishing his sentence, Fred raised his wine glass for a sip. When Kaya leaned in and whispered, I don't see Serena anywhere, Kaya's words immediately caught his attention. Fred quickly scanned the room, because he heard she was also invited to the party. Fred's gaze landed on the spot, reserved for the Moonlight family. They must have declined the invitation. She stroked her chin, lost in thought. The head of the prestigious Moonlight family rarely appears at events of this magnitude. Furthermore, with the engagement broken off, it's understandable that Serena wouldn't see the need to attend. Perfectly logical deduction. Frank tensed, lowering his head slightly. Although Kanya's analysis wasn't wrong, he still wanted to add something. Frank glanced around the lavish banquet hall. I thought she'd at least come to scope things out, see if there was a way to eliminate me. She couldn't help but feel a flicker of doubt. Did Serena really want him dead? They hadn't gathered any intel, and the other side had been completely quiet. Kanya's assessment was spot on, leaving Frank with little room for argument. An image of Serena flashed in his mind. Normally, she would have gone straight for Free's life, like countless victims before. But he sensed that Serena seemed to be waiting for something, observing how the situation would unfold. Hearing this, Kanya sighed, telling herself to be more vigilant. Just then, a shrill AI voice rang out, demanding silence from everyone. from where the sound originated. A grand door with intricate carvings slowly creaked open, revealing a brilliant light from within. Simultaneously, a voice boomed, announcing the presence of the sunshine of the empire. Two figures gradually emerged from the dazzling light before the eyes of all the guests. The two who had just appeared were none other than the emperor and empress of the empire. Upon seeing them, Free's face darkened as he saw the emperor. "The drone has arrived," hastily announced to all the guests. His promise to betroth his 3 daughters to him. It was based on an agreement from the time of the first queen and that old man. Without finishing his sentence, he rudely covered his mouth and yawned. Immediately after, Perikium casually rested his chin on his hand, sitting squarely on his chair, leaving the queen to handle the rest. Lamia skillfully acted on the emperor's behalf, inviting the involved parties to step forward. Hearing his name called, Frank gave a knowing smile, glancing at the person opposite him. The next person called, the third princess, Kolra, also glared at him with a visibly annoyed expression. The two stood facing each other. In the eyes of outsiders, they were a perfect match, a talented man and a beautiful woman. At this moment, Lamia posed an important question. Purian Sudaruretu, do you agree to this betrothal, or not? Without hesitation, he immediately knelt on one knee, respectfully replying. Immediately after, Frank gently took Clara's hand, his eyes filled with love. He gazed up at her, his eyes deep and full of emotion. "Will you marry me?" The queen continued, asking Clara once again if she agreed, but this time, her face was filled with sarcasm and triumph. Contrary to Frank's happiness, Clara gritted her teeth, each word spoken with force. Not unexpectedly, Clara forcefully pulled her hand away from Frank and loudly protested the union. "I refuse." The expressions of everyone in the hall became varied. Some were astonished, others intrigued, and some indifferent, unconcerned. Clearly, Lamia hadn't anticipated this. She was stunned, pointing her finger at Clara. "You think you have the right to do that?" But Clara remained calm, slowly reiterating her second wish. Between the first queen and the Stahl family, her eyes flashed with unwavering determination. A marriage cannot be established without the consent of both parties involved. Retracting her statement, Clara abruptly turned, demanding confirmation from her father. Witnessing the scene, he narrowed his eye, lost in thought. "This is getting interesting." Flycam hastily excused himself, claiming he assumed both parties had agreed, and this was just a formality. But his daughter immediately countered his justification, asserting that no one realized she had the right to veto. Hearing this, Flycam shifted the blame to Lamia, who was trembling beside him. It seems the queen was too preoccupied to remember she needed her daughter's consent. Finally, he was forced to admit the marriage was invalid, because Clara had rejected it. When the drone asked for his response, Frank didn't answer but silently stood up. Taking advantage of the moment when no one was paying attention, he cracked a sly grin, as if he had been waiting for this moment for a long time. The next moment, to everyone's surprise, Frank clutched his chest, feigning excruciating pain, and screamed in despair. He acted as if he couldn't accept the harsh truth, and a few tears started rolling down his cheeks. "My heart is shattered by the pain of rejection," he thought to himself. However, under Clana's contemptuous gaze, Frank only intensified his performance. He declared he would endure the heartbreak and accept defeat so that his first love could find true happiness. Witnessing this scene, the emperor chuckled in amusement. Unexpectedly, he has such a selfless side, he thought. "I believe you are not happy, but I am glad you are understanding." Frank immediately bowed his head respectfully. Then, Laika raised her glass, apologizing to the guests and smoothing over the awkward atmosphere. Soon, the party became lively again. Lamia rushed down the stairs, her teeth gritted, practically flying towards Clana. Forgetting all decorum, Lamia shrieked, calling Clana a little viper, jabbing a finger in her face, her words a torrent of abuse. "I told you if this engagement falls through, I'll marry you off to the first bidder." But Clana didn't flinch. She retorted loudly, throwing Lamia's threats right back at her. As the tension stretched taut like a wire about to snap, Frank unexpectedly cleared his throat. Both women froze, turning to see Frank approaching them. "Your Majesty, I apologize," Frank began. But then, he abruptly announced he was withdrawing his promised donation. Lamia instantly panicked, scrambling to appease Frank and prevent his departure. But before she could finish a sentence, Frank cheerfully bid them farewell. Before leaving, he reiterated the immunity he had been promised. As soon as Frank finished speaking, Klana questioned Lamia with disbelief etched on her face. How could you give something as important as immunity to him? Hearing the loud argument between the two behind him, Frank smirked. He initially thought it would be a hassle, but it unexpectedly turned into a productive evening. The young man shoved his hands into his pockets, secretly relishing the feeling of freedom from the broken engagement. Just then, the AI's voice echoed. Such a pity, Mr. Frank. Isabel sneered, arms crossed as she leaned against the wall. That's why I advised you not to marry that masculine man. The moment he saw her, Frank clicked his tongue in annoyance. This woman never learns, he thought to himself. Isabel stepped closer, whispering into Frank's ear, her voice so low it was almost inaudible. The princess is trying to raise her value, but contrary to Isabel's expectations, Frank waved her off dismissively. He looked at Isabel with disdain. You truly disgust me. Such a delusional person with a scheme as transparent as day. These harsh words immediately sent Isabella into a fit of rage. She pointed a finger at him, stammering, Why you? What did you say? She was about to continue screaming, but Frank coldly cut her off. Do you still not understand? You're a nuisance with a horrible personality. He pointed at the ground, his eyes filled with contempt as if looking at a filthy insect. Get lost and never appear before me again. With that, Frank turned and walked away, leaving Isabella screaming in frustration at Theo. How dare you humiliate me like that? You think you can do whatever you want, just because you're the Duke's son? Or just because you have a handsome face? Hearing these taunts, he simply muttered indifferently, What an unpleasant woman. Frank quickly approached where Kania was standing, and called her. But he was met only with Kania's utter terror. We're in big trouble. He was stunned by her expression. What was going on? Kania hurriedly and respectfully handed him a mysterious letter. She stammered, unsure how to explain. Finally, Kania stammered, Just now, Ciarina came and gave me this letter. Frank read the letter's contents, his face paling. Inside it read, Come to the garden immediately, or I will kill you on the spot. Pale moonlight bathed the silent garden. As soon as he saw Ciarina's familiar figure, Frank called out her name. Hearing his voice, Ciarina turned, greeting him with a hint of shyness. Fry kept his distance, watching her warily. What do you want? We're not engaged anymore. Ciarina stepped closer, explaining that she acted that way on purpose, to ensure he would definitely come. Seeing Ciarina approach closer, Fry panicked and raised his hands defensively, but she quickly closed the distance, coolly raising her fan. I know we're strangers now, Frank said anxiously, staring at Ciarina. She said she had decided to help him. Ciarina subtly raised her fan, concealing a knowing smile. Although I'm not sure how I can help, since I've lost my memories. I only know about the balls, and the broken engagement through records. But other than that, before she could finish, Fred hastily interrupted. Not understanding what Ciarina was saying, he only saw her wink playfully. I suppose you're wondering about the party. Fred blurted out a flustered denial as soon as he saw. Ciarina immediately realized the problem. Frank was alluding to memory loss. Frank gritted his teeth, openly admitting that whenever he spoke with Ciarina, he felt a blankness in his mind, as if he was about to lose his memory. She turned slightly, revealing that the memories of her month-long journey had been erased by some kind of magic. Frank got straight to the point. Was it the AI who did this? As soon as he finished speaking, Ciarina suddenly blushed, turning back around and confessing, It was me. Each of her steps produced a cheerful clicking sound from her wooden clogs. I asked the Tower Master to do it, Ciarina said, looking at Frank with infatuated eyes, admitting that she had begged the Tower Master to use absolute obedience magic on herself. And you are the target of that magic. Those words left Fry stunned, frozen in place. What did she just say? Unable to contain himself, he shouted his question at her. But Ciarina simply replied that she did it to save Fry, to use both absolute obedience magic and erase his memories at the same time. So it's highly likely my journey is related to you. Hearing it was related to him, he asked again, confused. She smirked, confirming, although unsure about what she saw at the ruins. As soon as Ciarina mentioned the ruins, Ray froze. Could she have read about it? There are many hero ruins scattered throughout the world. They contain records of the hero's true identity and the punishments imposed by the system. He was certain no one could read them because they were written in Hangul. Could she have understood through context and deduced it herself? A terrifying realization suddenly dawned upon Frank. Could Serena have actually discovered his AI identity and erased her own memories to avoid punishment? Lost in thought, he looked up at the girl, captivated by the flowers. He knew she was a brilliant genius, but Frank hadn't expected her intelligence to reach this level. Suddenly, Serena smiled. I've decided to stop dwelling on it. She took out her fan and gently waved it. Because who knows, if I keep thinking about it, I might accidentally remember something. Hearing this, Frank lowered his head and sighed deeply. A moment later, he lifted his head, his eyes resolute. I understand the situation now, but you have no reason to help me. As soon as he finished speaking, Serena immediately retorted. She winked playfully, a wink that could make anyone swoon, then spoke words filled with affection. Frank, even if you were trash, I would still love you. Serena's words once again left Frank stunned, utterly astonished. Before Frank could collect his thoughts, she turned to leave. If you need assistance, contact me. With that, Serena abruptly walked away, leaving Frank utterly astonished. Frank watched her figure disappear, feeling like he'd been cruelly toyed with. He forced a bitter, helpless smile. Perhaps I should look at this more optimistically. If I can leverage Serena's power, along with her vast network, and the Moonlight family's superior resources, if I combine those with the immunity I've already secured, Frank carefully analyzed the benefits. Frank meticulously calculated his next moves. Looking up, he watched petals fall under the mystical moonlight. I can complete my first crucial mission without any obstacles. This is a headache. An annoyed mumble escaped his lips, followed by the tap of his cane against the ground. The Tower Master leaned heavily on her staff, her face etched with exhaustion. She grumbled under her breath, complaining about being sent on trivial errands. If it weren't for those bothersome disciples, she muttered through gritted teeth, her voice laced with irritation. A cheerful call advertising fresh bread sliced through her thoughts. Looking down, she saw a young girl holding up a basket of fragrant bread. She immediately barked at the child to go away, but the girl looked up at the Tower Master with pleading, glistening eyes. Her gaze begged, "Is the Tower Master too busy to even eat?" But her pleading expression failed to move the woman. The Tower Master waved her hand dismissively, her tone cold. "I came here because I sensed." The girl hesitated, curious about the title Tower Master. The woman lifted her chin haughtily. "I sensed a powerful magical presence in this area," she explained curtly, "so I came to investigate." Of course, the girl didn't understand what magical presence meant. Finding Claire too bothersome, the Tower Master tossed her a gold coin. Claire's face lit up, and she thanked her profusely, and offered to use magic to help her. However, the Tower Master was completely distrustful, believing the little girl to be nothing but a liar, because she couldn't sense any magic from her. Hearing this, Claire quickly held out her hand, and a magic circle instantly appeared. Her entire body was enveloped in a magical light, brilliant streams of light swirling around her. The little girl tried to prove she wasn't lying, but this wondrous sight left the Tower Master wide-eyed in astonishment. Her jaw dropped in shock. Only then did she realize with a start that the immense source of magic was coming from the child before her. With that thought, the Tower Master quickly cast a spell. In the blink of an eye, she transported Claire to an unfamiliar place, frightening the little girl. Ignoring Claire's expression, the Tower Master excitedly gripped the girl's shoulders and asked her name. Without waiting for an answer, she made a decision on her own. From this moment forward, Claire will be my student. Under the radiant golden sunlight of the clear blue sky, the young girl's voice, tinged with a hint of uncertainty, rang out. Meanwhile, in a dark and eerie place, upon a majestic throne, a figure sat imposingly. The Demon King, with a cold expression, sneered, "I'm tired of being imprisoned here because of this foolish punishment." Suddenly, from outside the window, a black crow with blood-red eyes flew in, flapping its wings. It landed on the windowsill and respectfully spoke. "My lord, the sovereign summons you." The Demon King smirked and replied, "I want to begin preparations for the plan. It's time to make use of the commoner's dormitory. We will take advantage of this chaos and send the Demon King's army to invade the empire." The crow subordinate immediately obeyed. "Then I will find a vanguard for the attack." Hearing this, she smirked in satisfaction and nodded in agreement. The Demon King held up 3 fingers, symbolizing 3 criteria: pride, greed, and envy. Harboring intense negative emotions, such individuals are easily manipulated, and the power of dark magic will be amplified exponentially. The raven immediately agreed and prepared to depart for the academy. However, the Demon King wanted it to carry something. She presented a necklace emanating a terrifying dark aura. "Wear this. No one will be able to discover your true identity." Looking at her subordinate with the necklace around its neck, the Demon King was pleased, her eyes gleaming with anticipation, a cruel smile playing on her lips. "That barbaric hero, how will he perform on this first mission?" Inside a magnificent and imposing castle, Kaya's voice echoed. "Young master, what are you thinking about?" Ray pondered thoughtfully, then replied that he was planning for the future. "I think we need to accumulate as much power as possible." He closed his eyes slightly, a calculating expression on his face. Hearing this, she immediately understood. This is the strategy for the final mop-up operation. But Fred quietly turned, his gaze fixed seriously on the house. "Don't worry too much about the cleanup." He placed a few papers on the table. After this, Fred planned to capitalize on the rumors spreading among the populace, to bolster the ranks of the wicked. Because he had immunity, "We will mobilize all our resources and focus on finding the culprit." Kanya fully agreed with the plan. "But what if we can't find him?" Hearing this, Frank shook his head slightly, a faint smile playing on his lips. "We will find them. It's written in the Book of Prophecy. This radar can pinpoint the demon's location. It's an incredibly special artifact. No matter how sophisticated the demon's concealment magic, this artifact will find it." Frank raised his index finger, asserting confidently, "Perhaps only the system itself can be used against the system, and you are the only hero who holds the key." At this point, the house realized that they would find the mastermind behind everything. Frank casually shrugged, assuring her to leave the search to him. Before he could finish his sentence, Sirena suddenly opened the door and walked in, startling them both. "Good morning, everyone. Have a wonderful day." Seeing her expression, Kanya's face immediately darkened, and she demanded, "Why did Sirena barge into someone else's room without knocking or asking for permission?" Sirena retorted sarcastically, "Do I need permission to enter my fiancé's room?" Sirena ignored Kanya's outburst that the engagement had been broken off, and calmly walked in. She even retorted, "What about you two being alone in a room, in broad daylight?" Witnessing this scene, Fred could only sigh in exasperation. "Yet he said he'd come when I called. Isn't he here without being summoned?" Suddenly, Sirena paused, calling Canaria's name meaningfully. She silently looked at her, her gaze piercing Canaria's very soul. "Why are you here?" Confused, Canaria reiterated her position as a housekeeper, but Sirena immediately interrupted. "Are you sure? You wouldn't exploit your position as housekeeper to plot something harmful to Frank, would you?" Hearing that, Canaria's expression turned cold. She affirmed that she would never do such wicked things. Sirena didn't reply, just stared at her for a long moment. After a while, she seemed convinced by Canaria's firm gaze. "It seems she's not lying." Averting her gaze, Sirena turned to Fred. "This housekeeper, can you trust her?" "You still seem quite confused," but maintained a polite demeanor, courteously thanking her. But just then, Frank also needed Sirena's help. She immediately retorted sarcastically, "Did the sun rise in the west today? Or what is it that you need my help with?" Frank quietly replied, and reminded her that he had a request for her. "Before I give you this task, question everything I'm about to tell you." Frank lifted his head, sternly emphasizing each word. Sirena's gaze instantly became vacant, as if hypnotized. She obediently complied. Seeing this, Frank felt more at ease. "Now I don't have to worry anymore. The punishment will be waived." "No, punishment will not be applied, if it's just suspicion or conjecture. Like last time with Kanya, the activation condition is absolute certainty, without hesitation." After a moment of thought, Frank offered a scroll and said, "Take this. This is the mission I need your help with." Sirena took it, realizing it was just a map of the commoner's dormitory. She immediately looked dubious. Frank explained that it was a special tool capable of detecting the demon's location. Frank had just received intel that they were planning an attack on the commoner's dormitory. He requested Serena to mobilize the Moonlight Clan's members to guard and closely monitor the dormitory. To Serena, this task seemed too trivial, prompting her to inquire further. Frank's expression turned stern and cold. "This is an order. Don't ask unnecessary questions." Hearing that, Serena was once again hypnotized, obediently following his command. Finally, Frank carefully instructed her that if anything unusual occurred, to report it to them immediately. Moments later, Serena lingered, hand on the door, saying her goodbyes. Before leaving, she playfully teased Frank, her face flushed with a shy blush, confessing that she loved him. The air suddenly became thick with awkward silence. Frank, flustered, rested his chin on his hand, speechless. Kanya seemed somewhat worried by Serena's impulsiveness, but he still had complete faith in her abilities. Now all they could do was wait for her signal. Frank smirked confidently. Sunset cast a warm glow over the mansion, creating an unusually tranquil scene. But on the roof, shadowy ninja figures kept a silent watch. Elsewhere, 2 figures stood poised for battle. Below, another group of ninjas patrolled with lightning speed. Moments later, a subordinate approached, reporting to Serena that all positions were ready, leaving her deeply satisfied. Everything seemed to be going incredibly smoothly when Serena suddenly fell into deep thought. Noticing this, she quickly reassured Serena, explaining that they had invited the leading experts on demons and would be able to control them the moment they appeared. Hearing this, he felt a sense of relief wash over him. His female subordinate quickly excused herself, teleporting to her assigned position. After she left, Serena looked at the paper, a knowing smirk playing on her lips. There were 6 locations she needed to inspect personally. While Serena was intently studying the paper, from a hidden vantage point above, the Demon King's subordinate was secretly observing her every move. It silently assessed Serena as she eagerly added a few more locations to her inspection list. Finally, the Crow subordinate concluded that Serena was not suitable, because it couldn't sense any intense emotions emanating from her. The Demon King had instructed him to find an attacker, possessed by powerful emotions, a complex and profound mind, not someone simple. The chosen one must be capable of fully harnessing dark power. In order to break the Demon King's seal, powerful enough to draw a magic circle, leveling the entire commoner dormitory. The sound of hurried footsteps, from high heels pounding the ground, echoed rhythmically. The sudden noise immediately caught the attention of the Demon King's subordinate, who was approaching. It was Isabella, in a fit of rage, cursing Fred as a bastard. Her face was contorted, twisted in fury, as she recalled the humiliation she suffered yesterday. That guy thinks he can do whatever he wants because of his looks? How infuriating! I must find his weakness, and make him regret crossing me. A dark aura began to gather around Isabella, not escaping the watchful gaze of a black crow. Its eyes gleamed with excitement, as if it had just found a precious treasure. "There you are, the one I've been searching for." With that, the Demon King's subordinate flapped its wings powerfully, sending jet-black feathers scattering in all directions. It took flight, following Isabella's furious footsteps.
Moments later,
the colossal black crow finally caught up, swooping down directly above her. Isaben was stunned, bewildered. She slowly lifted her head, watching as jet-black feathers rained down like a torrent. A single feather gently landed on her shoulder. Instantly, a terrifying black aura emanated, enveloping Isaben. A surge of immense energy suddenly appeared, merging with the sinister black aura. Within the crimson eyes of the Demon King's subordinate, Isaben's gaze became vacant, lifeless. "Answer my question, villain." The black crow seemed to dissolve into the thick black aura, enveloping it. "Who are you?" Isaben responded mechanically, her voice monotone. "I am a servant of the Demon King. As he has commanded, I will attack the dormitory." A gloomy, chilling voice echoed, filled with dread. The dormitory was about to face an unimaginable threat. As dawn broke, Kanya's voice rang out clear and bright. "Your coffee, young master." Frank took the cup, slowly savoring the rich aroma. "It's been a while since we've had such a peaceful morning." Kanya agreed. Lately, there had been far too many disturbances. Frank turned, a smile gracing his lips as he asked Kanya, "Would you like to go for a walk later?" I know you've been working so hard. I'd like to buy you a few things and we could have a meal together. Seeing Kanya's hesitation, Frank quickly added, Of course, I don't expect it to make up for everything, but inwardly, a flutter of excitement mixed with nervousness bloomed within her. Wait, isn't this a date? Kanya stammered. Well, we can't know for sure what will happen, so it's just someplace nearby. Suddenly, Ciarina burst through the door, breathless and frantic. She hurriedly reported to Frank. We've detected a suspicious magical energy signature emanating from the commoner's housing district. Fry and Kanya exchanged glances, astonishment etched on their faces. Frank reluctantly gave up, saying to Kanya, Maybe we should postpone this. The group approached an inn that exuded a gloomy, ominous aura. The system suddenly issued a mission with an objective to complete. Frank silently assessed the newly appeared mission, quickly analyzing the situation in his mind. This confirms there was definitely an intruder, he asserted. He exclaimed, This magical power is incredible. An ordinary person couldn't possibly withstand it. Ciarina hesitantly replied, Well, that's why we had to retreat. Frank suddenly remembered something and asked, What exactly happened? Ciarina answered, We didn't neglect our duty. Surveillance and reconnaissance equipment didn't detect any unusual signs. Frank offered his opinion. But this morning, suddenly, evil magic started emanating from within. Could it be possible that a noble student snuck in? Ciarina looked puzzled. A noble? Why would you suddenly mention that? Frank clicked his tongue, a vague sense of regret washing over him. Damn it, I was too careless. I should have warned them sooner. The culprit is a noble, but I was too cautious. A question flashed through his mind. Why didn't the tracking device activate? Forget about that for now. We need to prioritize the situation at hand. Kanya worriedly said, Young master, you should investigate thoroughly before acting. Frank interrupted her. There's no time. Get inside and apprehend the culprit. Once we find them, I can use this to seize control. Kanya gasped. Is that the Dominion Stone? Freud replied. I didn't think I'd need to use it, but I brought it as a precaution. If I apprehend them and declare it's my order. Before he could finish, Kanya called out, Young master! Fry quickly pulled Kanya and Ciarina into the bushes. Ciarina wondered, Fry, why did you suddenly? Fred immediately put a finger to his lips, signaling for silence. The footsteps of the three newcomers were hurried and urgent. Falochi spoke up. They're getting close.
Y senza malabulent aura.
Very strongly, but Irina seemed to have anticipated this. She urged the others, the people inside are in danger. We have to act to save them. Frank, hidden nearby, wore a perplexed expression. I understand why Irina, who lives there, is here, but why are Klana and Falochi with her? The three of them. They've formed some kind of connection I'm unaware of. Frank gritted his teeth. Things are getting out of hand. Ciarina looked bewildered. Fry, can you explain this? I have absolutely no idea what to do. Fry urgently pressed Kaya to quickly cast a blocking spell. Block identification capabilities. Don't let any AI get close. Ciarina gritted her teeth, anger flaring at being ignored by Fry. She stood abruptly, snapping her fan open, creating a swirling gust of wind. With a confident look, Ciarina challenged Fry. I can do that too. Right now, I've made sure no AI can approach us. So, tell me, what are you really planning? Fry remained silent, not uttering a word, but a plan was already forming in his mind. What am I planning? With the current situation, as soon as I find out who's behind this attack, I'll use the domination stone to control their mind. Then, I'll reveal the true identity, the one behind everything, and complete my mission. It'll definitely cause major chaos. But with my immunity and a hefty sum of money, I can easily cover everything up. But instead of explaining all that, ordering them directly would be more effective. An idea struck Frank. I'll go inside to find the source of this magic. Don't overthink it. Just back me up. Ciarina covered her mouth with her fan and respectfully replied, As you command. Her eyes held a resolute look. Frank raised his hand, and a powerful energy emanated from him. He decided, All right, let's take care of this. The three approached the door, but suddenly stopped, hesitation etched on their faces. Suddenly, a loud scream erupted from the house, making Frank whirl around. Young master, be careful. A monstrous creature materialized behind him, poised to attack. The monster's sharp claws nearly grazed Frank's face. He angrily reached for his sword. Damn it! Are we too late? Serena appeared in front of him, blocking the monster's attack with her fan. She swiftly seized the opportunity, knocking the monster back. The monster was flung back against the wall, much to the horror of its two companions. The remaining two monsters lunged at Serena, but she swiftly countered, giving them no chance. Serena unleashed a terrifying surge of energy towards them, the energy gradually coiling around the monsters' necks. She tightened her grip, controlling the power with intense focus. In a blink of an eye, Serena had spectacularly defeated all the monsters. Frankie was secretly astonished by her power. Such extraordinary power. That alone makes me incredibly lucky she's on our side. If she were an enemy, she'd be a true nightmare. Suddenly, his eyes caught something strange on the ground. Frank, do you think that marking on the ground is graffiti? Serena also sensed something unusual. A wave of dark magic emanating from the mysterious symbol. Kania opened a door, calling inside, "Ray!" The call interrupted his thoughts about the strange symbol. "Young master, are you here?" Frank stepped inside, a look of surprise on his face. He observed the motionless bodies on the ground. "Aren't those the innkeeper and the maid?" Kania nodded slightly in agreement. "It seems they've been put to sleep by some kind of magic." Frank stared intently at the innkeeper and the maid, then turned to Kania and ordered, "Try to enter their subconscious." Kania immediately obeyed, but she suddenly discovered something unusual. She hurriedly reported to Frank, "There's some kind of resistance blocking me. I can't get in." "Wait, what did you just say?" Kania exclaimed in astonishment when Frank mentioned magic. "No one can penetrate a person's subconscious barrier. A strong will can resist intrusion, but completely sealing off the entrance to the subconscious is impossible." Frank frowned, his face darkening. "Even Pelogi, or the master of the magic tower, couldn't do this. Not even the demon lord's legions possess this ability." Suddenly, a thought he'd never considered before flashed through his mind. Wait, could it be? Frank fell into deep thought, his expression grave. Could the demon lord be involved in this? Kania worriedly mentioned the demon king. Fry nodded in agreement, but it's highly likely the ones truly responsible are the high-ranking generals. They're using the Demon King's power to carry out their plot. He rested his chin on his hand, lost in thought. But why would the Demon King attack a commoner's dormitory like this? Does he have another motive? There's no point in overthinking it. We need to deal with the situation at hand first. Suddenly, Serena rushed in from outside, frantically calling Frey's name. She gasped for breath, hurriedly reporting, "I just scouted the area, and something seems off. Monsters are appearing constantly, in droves, but they haven't caused any casualties. It seems like someone is controlling them. It could be." Before Serena could finish her sentence, Fry had already guessed the mastermind behind the attack. The girl nodded slightly, confirming it. Serena immediately asked, "Do you remember anything else? Do you remember the graffiti from before?" Frank wondered, "What if I do?" Serena replied, "It was drawn all over the floors, from the first floor all the way up to the third. That means this entire dormitory is enclosed within a gigantic magical circle." Frank was stunned. A magic circle that uses living people appeared along with the Demon King's army? So this place has been turned into an altar? The Book of Prophecy mentions it, but the details are quite vague, so I don't remember clearly. This is a support circle for the sacrificial circle. There must be another circle with a separate mechanism, like the one I saw used by the succubus queen, and the place where it's located must be somewhere where magic can be unleashed simultaneously. Frank speculated that the location is most likely on the top floor. The mastermind must be there as well. We must get to the top floor immediately, apprehend the culprit and foil this plot. Otherwise, everyone will be sacrificed. Deep within the inn, Isabel stood in the center of a magic circle. She was being controlled, turned into a vessel, completely unconscious. One of the Demon King's subordinates stood nearby, gloating. Choosing this woman as a vessel was a wise decision indeed. The stronger the negative emotions, the faster the completion rate. The ritual will be complete in just half an hour. Frank entered from outside, drew his sword, and said, "So you chose Isabel as the host. Out of all people, why her? Is it because she hates me so much she's gone mad?" Frank finished speaking and immediately swung his sword, slashing directly at the center of the magic formation. A perfect prey was caught in his sights. But Isabel remained unharmed, slowly stepping out of the magic circle. Frank clicked his tongue and exclaimed loudly, "Was that not enough to take you down?" The Demon King's subordinate flew after Isabel, mocking Frank contemptuously. "Fool, did you think it would be that easy? It's not bad that you discovered my true form." It roared furiously, simultaneously controlling Isabel to attack. "Knowing won't do you any good." Serena rushed in front of Fry, intercepting the fatal blow meant for him. Abruptly stopped, Isabel screamed and hastily retreated to a safe distance. Serena landed firmly on the ground, confidently saying to Fry, "Leave this to us." Kenya added, "You deal with that crow." Fry confidently placed his sword on his shoulder. "Understood. I'll leave it to you." Kenya and Serena simultaneously summoned their magic, preparing to attack. Isaben also fell under the opponent's control, forced to use her own magic to fight back. Meanwhile, Frank, sword in hand, advanced towards the Demon King's subordinate with an air of nonchalance. "Are you mocking me, Crow? Are you sure you're all alone here?" The Demon King's subordinate cursed inwardly, anxiety welling up inside him. "This guy has allies, but it's not over yet," he thought. "If I can control that guy's mind." With that thought, he lunged forward to attack. "Pori," he roared, "become my puppet." But Pori calmly took out a stone, a confident look on his face. "This battle, the victor will surely be me." The stone in Pori's hand began to glow, radiating a powerful energy. "I have this now," he said triumphantly. The power from the stone began to attack the Demon King's subordinate, sending him into a state of sheer panic. He began to feel uneasy, his head spinning. His consciousness was fading, he realized. The Demon King's underlings faltered mid-air and plummeted to the ground. Frank pocketed the stone and glanced at the crow. He clicked his tongue in disdain. So weak, yet acting so tough. It turned out that when the manipulator lost consciousness, the brainwashing spell automatically dissipated. Kenya looked worried as the battle dragged on. Serena remarked, "His attacks are predictable, but the power he possesses is truly formidable." Frank chuckled. "Glad we could end this quickly." Just then, a voice called out, "Frank, what are you doing here?" Garina appeared, her face filled with suspicion. "Don't tell me you're the culprit?" Irina gritted her teeth. "Is that even a question? Of course he's the mastermind." Parazi chanted, "Oh, sun god, grant me the power to punish this sinner." Fred thought to himself in frustration, "No wonder how could everything go so smoothly? Why does he show up now? After all this time, he's been nowhere to be seen." Garina cleared his throat and asked, "Why are Serena and Kenya here with you, Frank?" Kenya stammered, "We sensed a suspicious energy coming from the dormitory, so we came to investigate. Just a routine check." Then she suddenly yelled, pointing at Frank, "And we caught this damn freak here." Kenya screamed internally in despair. "Please, young master, have mercy on me." Serena rushed forward to shield Frank. "Wait, Frank is not a bad guy. Even now, he's still trying to find and eliminate the true mastermind. I'm sure." Serena faltered, unsure of her own words. "Wait, what is Frank doing here anyway?" Frank realized something was wrong. They're incredibly tense. The more they think, the deeper their inner conflict becomes. "I have to turn this situation around quickly, before things get even more complicated. If I were to run away now and surrender, it would still be considered mission accomplished. But the core problem lies in that sacrificial magic circle. I'm the only one who knows how to dispel it. If someone else makes a mistake, the consequences will be catastrophic. Everything will turn into a terrifying disaster. If only this quartz's power wasn't limited in its uses. If I could control them, I could just order them to destroy the circle and be done with it." The stone in Frey's hand suddenly emitted a furious purple light, and it began to crack. Frey felt regret, but this was the only solution. The stone's power enveloped everyone, and it affected the Demon King's subordinates who were already unconscious, and it affected other monsters as well. A terrifying energy from the stone engulfed the entire dormitory. Falochi exclaimed in panic, "That blinding light, what was that?" Irina gritted her teeth in anger. That bastard is summoning his minions, she muttered. They're coming this way. Manipulated by the dark energy from the stone, the Demon King's underlings rose into the air, hovering above Frank. He smirked. If I temporarily activate the stone's power to its frenzied state, I can subdue the minds of these mindless fools. Behind Frank, the ground suddenly cracked open. A colossal monster emerged from the fissure. Frank chuckled to himself. While they're distracted by that monster, I'll pretend to be controlled by this black crow. Frank roared with an arrogant tone. You fools, become sacrifices for the great Demon King. Garena didn't hesitate to question him. You've finally revealed your true colors. Kania spoke up, trying to deceive everyone. Wait, don't you notice anything strange? Would Frank really be that reckless? He's always been a cunning and devious villain. Frank inwardly applauded. Well done, Kania. That's a great way to help me. I'll let Kania explain and focus on playing my part. You, control the Demon King's subordinate. Make him talk. It's useless. He's already under my control. Kania yelled. That crow is manipulating Frank. Perochi agrees with me. I can sense an incredibly powerful demonic energy. Klana's face darkened. She quickly decided. Is everyone ready? We'll determine if he's being controlled or not after we defeat him. Frank smirked inwardly as everything went according to plan. Good, come at me, while I keep them busy. I just need to secretly destroy the magic circle. Frank controlled a monster, ordering it to attack everyone. Parazi landed a powerful punch to its face, but the monsters surrounding them were growing in number. On the defensive, she said to Colon. Too many monsters. She devised a different plan. Then aim for Fred and that crow. Kania warned, if the host dies, we won't know what will happen to the magic circle. So, don't kill him. Colon looked confused. So, doesn't that mean we just need to break the magic circle? Irina immediately objected. I disagree. That magic circle is very fragile. If we're not careful, it could go out of control. Helena seemed frustrated. Then we have no other choice. Parazi and I will hold off Frank. Meanwhile, you two take care of the monsters. With that, the two immediately attacked Frank without hesitation. But he nimbly dodged every attack. Frank smirked, raising his sword high. In a flash, Firochi appeared right in front of him. Magic converged in her fist. As Frank parried the powerful blow with his sword, he easily sent Firochi flying back several meters. Firochi's magic had weakened, leaving her feeling drained. Frank silently breathed a sigh of relief. Luckily, no one was reckless enough to touch that magic circle, he thought. If tampered with, it would detonate instantly. I'm the only one who knows how to disable it safely. But if they attack from a distance, secretly destroying it will be very difficult. Suddenly, a strange attack targeted Frank, interrupting his train of thought. His thoughts were cut short. Frank felt confused and worried. What just happened? He wondered, glancing around. That attack was launched with perfect angle and power. He looked towards Ciarina in astonishment. Ciarina? Her power should be stronger than this. Ciarina, teary-eyed, covered her mouth with a fan and whispered, I don't know all the details. She shot a playful glance at Frey. But I'll proceed according to plan now. Surprise flickered in Frey's eyes. She noticed the contradiction? How perceptive. Regardless, this only makes my plan easier. Garena prepared to launch his next attack, roaring, Surrender, Ray. Ray glanced behind him. There's only one way to destroy this magic circle, without causing any side effects. I have to combine my own magic, an attribute opposite to the demons, to neutralize it before the spell activates. That should be enough. Once it's triggered, it'll vanish automatically. The Demon King's subordinate scoffed, Fools! You think you can stop a self-destructing spell? Is that all the attack you've got? Clara urged us to stop him. Kania replied, Most of the monsters have been eliminated. I'll cover you guys. Filochi added, Then give me some time to recover. I'll restore my energy as quickly as possible. Irina, panting behind them, suddenly noticed something unusual. Frank smirked inwardly. Good. While their attack paused, a sudden, sharp pain struck him, forcing his eyes wide open. Frank unexpectedly spat out a mouthful of blood. He knelt and raged, Damn it, my body can't move at this crucial moment. Firochi warned, Stay alert, be careful. This could be a trick to make us lower our guard. Clara stood in front of Frank, confidently saying, "Don't worry, in this battle, I'm faster than him." Frank told himself, trying to calm down. "It's alright even if I have to use all my magic power. I can still cast the spell. Even if I'm drained and bedridden for days afterward, Kania can handle the rest." Frank suddenly burst into laughter, a haunting, maniacal cackle, making Klana jump in fright. "Faster than me?" Suddenly, Frank's power surged, catching Klana off guard. The powerful impact sent her flying. Frank sneered, an arrogant look on his face. "The magic circle is complete." He laughed wildly, losing all control. "You will all be sacrifices to the Demon King." Klana and Pierogi panicked, screaming in despair. "Stop it, Frank." But Frank seemed to have reached the peak of his magic. "It's too late." A deafening explosion rocked the ground, sending a massive pillar of fire skyward. Thick, black smoke billowed across the square, obscuring everything in sight. Klana's followers stood frozen, their jaws hanging open in shock. Klana gasped, "The spell, it's definitely been activated." But nothing happened? Pierogi was equally confused. The magic circle had completely vanished. Serena slowly walked towards the site of the explosion. She knelt down, carefully examining the scene. "It seems the spell went out of control and failed." Kania breathed a sigh of relief, secretly rejoicing. "Well done, young master. Leave the rest to me." She pretended to address those around her. "It looks like he passed out after the spell failed. Seize him while we have the chance." Pierogi seemed hesitant. "Actually, I think we've accomplished our mission." Garun agreed. "Even if he's weak, he's still a descendant of the hero." A nuisance. Pierogi still couldn't understand why he had failed 7 times. Garina didn't know either, not even the AI could figure it out. But at some point, his demonic energy suddenly weakened. Perhaps Frank had exerted all of his strength. Pierogi agreed with that thought. Wielding the Demon King's power in a human body certainly wasn't easy. Worry was etched on Kania's face. "Regardless, let's get him to the hospital quickly. We'll wait until he wakes up." Serena, throwing caution to the wind, rushed to Frank and burst into tears. "Frank, please wake up." Kania's heart pounded, looking at Serena with a puzzled expression. Garina was stunned, speechless. Irina and Pierogi both wore expressions of shock. Neither of them could speak. No one could explain it. Suddenly, time rewound by 10 minutes. As everyone was in chaos, a memory suddenly flooded back into Irina's mind. Irina reminisced about her first encounter with Fried, when he was still concealed behind a mask, lost in thought. So much about Leon remained a mystery. She recalled their fateful meeting in the Grey Forest, and his voice echoed in her mind. There was always an urgency, a puzzling haste in his every word. He always used the excuse of illness to hide his true face behind the mask. Moreover, he knew about the Ice Dragon King, a secret shared only between Irina and Fried. Therefore, for a long time she mistook Leon for Fried. But after months of fighting alongside him, she quickly dismissed that thought. Memories of their unpleasant encounters between her and Fried flooded back, convincing her that the bastard would never help her. Yet, at this very moment, everything was turned upside down. Irina was stunned by the unbelievable scene unfolding before her eyes. Fried was standing right in front of her, sword in hand, fighting fiercely and roaring, "If you kneel, I will consider recruiting you into the Demon King's army." Seeing Frank's current appearance, she suddenly remembered his other identity, except that person had once protected her. Irina looked around and noticed something unusual. When her glowing mana came into contact with the defensive magic circle, her power immediately weakened. A cunning, triumphant smile spread across Frank's face. He unleashed a terrifying surge of energy and roared, "All of you will be sacrifices to the Demon King." Everyone desperately tried to stop him, but it was too late. Irina could only watch helplessly, trying to dodge the destructive energy. She was utterly astonished by what happened next. A cataclysmic explosion erupted, engulfing everything in a thick cloud of smoke and debris. Irina slowly began to make out her surroundings. Suddenly, her eyes widened in shock. Fred was lying on the floor, writhing in pain. Everyone was confused, unsure of what had just transpired. Serena stepped forward to examine him and gave her diagnosis. It seems the magic circle has lost control and is severely damaged. In that very moment, everyone around began murmuring about the sudden incident. Recalling what Klana had said earlier, that everything was normal until the magical power suddenly vanished. Irina felt utterly astonished and couldn't help but wonder, could he have destroyed the Sao magic circle himself? She recalled the moment Frank's power erupted, remembering the magic circles completely obliterated by Frank's ferocious magical attack. Now, Irina had formed her own conclusion. She was absolutely certain that Frank had stopped the magic circle, preventing its activation and saving everyone present. But then Irina fell into deep thought, standing silently in a corner. Why would he do that? She wondered. Another question made her even more confused. If so, could Frank actually be Leon? But why would he conceal his true identity? Suddenly, a loud scream shattered Irina's train of thought. Murmurs echoed throughout the school. The faces of the curious onlookers were etched with extreme tension. Irina held the motionless Fry tightly, sobbing heart-wrenchingly. Irona blended into the crowd, her face filled with worry. She wondered what caused Fry to suddenly cough up blood. Meanwhile, at the Demon King's castle, a dark and terrifying place, a gloomy atmosphere prevailed. The Demon King sat upon their imposing throne within the fortress. Looking at the system panel, they uttered a mocking remark. Mission 7 failed? So I've lost, have I? Still can't escape this Demon King's castle? But then the Demon King dismissed the thought. It's only just begun, they lamented. But how much longer must I endure this imprisonment? You were the one who said, I must prioritize the system's commands and fight the hero, wasn't it? In the end, I'm the only one imprisoned here. The Demon King lamented, his voice filled with injustice. If only I could escape. I wouldn't be acting so half-heartedly, sending mere underlings to do my bidding. But the harsh truth is, I can't set foot there myself yet. She, the one who suddenly appeared and commanded me, must have many limitations. She must be bound by numerous restrictions. The system immediately responded. If you had given it your all from the beginning, that hero wouldn't have stood a chance. The system continued its announcement. The clone skill has been activated. Hearing this, the Demon King smirked, a triumphant grin spreading across his face. Her expression clearly showed satisfaction. The system issued a reminder. The clone will consume 10% of her energy per day. The Demon King activated the skill and scoffed. Is that all it can do? The system hastily retorted. It has to be fair, completely unlike you. That esteemed hero is completely unaware he's facing an artificial intelligence. She calmly completes her cloning process, ignoring this truth. The Demon King's clone has now taken form, boasting an arrogant declaration. Even if she gives it her all, the outcome won't change. Afterward, her clone proceeds directly towards the gate. She approaches and throws open the massive castle doors. Gazing up at the clear blue sky, she's filled with excitement, anticipating the reunion with the hero. With a confident expression and a smirk, she proclaims, "Now that I'm here, you have no chance of victory." Meanwhile, Frank is struggling with chaotic memories, in a state of utter panic. He realizes his consciousness is fading, then abruptly awakens in the middle of a vast forest. Frank clutches his head, looking around in utter confusion, wondering why he's there. He stands up, observing his surroundings. This place looks a lot like Felucia. A moment later, Fred becomes lost in thought. Perhaps he's slipped into another memory fragment. He reflects on what has happened, and silently hopes that the horrors of before won't repeat themselves. Suddenly, from behind him, he hears someone cry out, "Mommy!" Frank. Hearing the call, Frank feels a strange familiarity with the voice. He turns to look in the direction of the voice, and it's none other than his younger self. Frank suddenly remembers. This is when he and his mother got separated on the mountain behind the mansion. Thinking of this, he grows even more worried, wondering where his mother is now. Just then, a monster roars ferociously. It's a werewolf with a massive body. However, Frank can't recall ever encountering it before. The ferocious werewolf slowly closed in on little Frank, his face etched with worry. Suddenly, the beast lunged from its position, charging forward. As expected, its target was poor Frank. The fear of death washed over Frank, causing him to tremble uncontrollably.